Welcome back to the Loud Sound Epicenter podcast. We are back, as always, with the man himself, Thomas777. Thank you for returning.
You're
And
welcome.
I just returned with some surprising news that I wasn't expecting. Oh, we're back. Yeah, I'm thinking we're back. That is so true. And we are amped up, fueled up with some ice cubes, ready to go after hearing some reassuring news because I just came back from a place I really don't fit in, Sin City. And it looks like the entire nation is no longer going to be Sin City because of this recent Supreme Court verdict. And I often forget this, but Thomas, you, of course, have a background in law. I do not. I only have a vague understanding of it. And so I would like to give you the floor here to kind of give your take because I know that you don't usually talk about current events in long format. And I'd like to give you the opportunity to kind of set this right from your perspective, since a lot of our guys have been talking about it. It's been a big victory for a lot of us, but I'd like you to kind of dig into the analysis of it because there's a lot to dig in with this. So by all means.
Indeed. Well, it's interesting to me. There's a real conceptual illiteracy from the left on this issue specifically. I'm not saying that just to be punitive, um, or I'm not just saying that, like substantively, as in, I disagree with, their view that abortion is some kind of fundamental right, as is like the right to work and the right to education and the right, to to be able to procreate and raise one's children. Fundamental rights is bound up with the concept of substantive due process, which I think is dubious anyway. Among other things, it's kind of a logical fallacy. How can something be substantive as well as a process? But that's neither here nor there. But my point is that it wasn't accidental that post Roe v. Wade and in the lead up to it, in court language as well as in discursive polemical language, people talk about abortion in terms of fundamental rights. It's got a peculiar meaning in terms of jurisprudence, but Roe v. Wade is not what people thought it was, and even people like the kind of always horrible late Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Even she acknowledged that Roe v. Wade was not good law. Like the way it was argued didn't really make sense, and really the reason why Roe v. Wade was the kind of milieu that gave rise to it. Like, yeah, obviously, there was always an ideological aspect to it, relating to viewing abortion as a sacramental practice, and particularly there's an ethno-sectarian significance to that E. Michael Jones, which I know that a lot of our people are really into Jones. He covers that. I don't need to reiterate that, and I don't want to deep dive into it because it might lead to YouTube fucking with us. But people know what I mean. However, aside from that, the primary. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Like my visual was cut out for a minute.
Yeah, you're good.
The reason the reason Roe v. Wade had broad-based support. There's a huge amount of Malthusian anxieties from the 50s to the 70s. There was this idea that responsible people don't have more than 2 children. Like, the movie Soylent Green. And I mean, are you familiar with the premise of it? It's with Charlton Heston, and it's this nightmarish dystopia. It's actually a really effective movie, but it's a fear the future science fiction movie that really scared people, and it's well done. But the entire motif of it is based on a really successful book. The entire motif is overpopulation, and that was the big concern. Okay, before there was kind of this cult of global warming and climate change, there was kind of the cult of overpopulation, which I think in some ways made more sense. I mean, it was based on kind of faulty assumptions that, then present demographic trends and birth rates would remain constant in perpetuity, and that's always kind of misplaced. But the point being, this was the forefront of of the minds of social scientists. And in the Roe v. Wade era, Roe v. Wade was decided in '73. That was kind of the tail end of the epoch where public intellectuals really had a say in political discourse, and there actually were people who could be called public intellectuals. You know, um, that this kind of like think like this is peak like Cold War managerialism, okay, in every sense. But also like read the language of Roe v. Wade itself. It's if the people who think they love Roe v. Wade, like the people out protesting, actually read it, they wouldn't like what they read. Like it basically says that like there's a bunch of people, people like kind of the white underclass and these ghetto blacks and these kind of these people who can't really adjust to to post-war modern living. They're having too many kids because they have trouble controlling their sexual impulses, and these kids are brought into a life of misery, and they're unwanted, and this gives rise to all these social ills, and in turn, like because they're unwanted, this leads to child abuse, and then these abused children go on to become antisocial personalities. So like it wasn't the decision isn't it's not this kind of it's not this kind of it's not this kind of like third wave feminism nonsense, like, oh, like, how dare you put your laws on my body. It's saying like, there's too many like white trash and n-words and antisocial people having too many kids, and they're a population bomb, and they're like a lumpen proletariat, and they're they're going to overrun us, and like, look what's happening in our cities already, and we want to alleviate suffering as much as possible. And the undercurrent of everything too, I mean, even people who weren't in any sense of the word Cold Warriors, like what framed their conceptual horizon was the Cold War. And there was the ongoing concern of like a mass violent revolt by lumpens, okay? And this was peak Cold War. That prospect really alarmed people. You're setting yourself up for violent revolutionary conditions if, as was being suggested then, you've got this mass underclass that isn't going to be able to feed itself, and it's not going to have any hope of thriving in in the increasingly complex and highly scaled free world. These people are going to be, it's kind of axiomatic, they're going to be radicalized, and violently so. That's really underlay Roe v. Wade, and that's part of it. And I mean, like, as that kind of conceptual horizon, truly receded into the distance because it no longer had a context, that really hurt Roe v. Wade. But also, something weird people don't really understand. That's one aspect that is fleshed out. Okay, the other aspect of Roe v. Wade, which is kind of the deeper, historical aspect of it, is that people don't understand that judicial review is not constitutionally mandated. All the Supreme Court is, the only express powers of the Supreme Court, according to the letter of the Constitution, are to decide basically controversies between sovereigns, and whether it's be the several states, or controversies like at admiralty between like the French crown and the United States, or something like that. It was case law that conferred the power of judicial review upon the Supreme Court, and that enshrined this idea that legislation and acts of and acts under Article 2 by the executive, other than acts of state incident to war power and national emergency, but that's a complicated exception. This idea that those things, that there's some sort of veto power by the court owing to its power of judicial review, people think that this is like structurally ordained as an expressly delegated power of the federal judiciary. It's not. This was decided by case law. And so it was always kind of on shaky ground, in my opinion, that the Supreme Court just can simply hand out the law of the land. But beginning really with the Warren Court, the left, it was interesting. Initially, it was the right, or what passed for the right after the post Taft right, the post Nuremberg right. They advocated for term limits, presidential term limits, okay, because they didn't want another Roosevelt to emerge. And the idea in their mind was that the Democrats, the northern, as such as the party existed in the northern cities at that time, the idea was that they would always be able to kind of sweep. They'd always be able to when circumstances were favorable to them, they'd always be able to capture the executive, in kind of in perpetuity. Okay, that's obviously not the case at all. Like after 1968, 1972, for reasons we've gone into before, like on this very broadcast. But the point being, it was initially the right that kind of wanted to knock out the ability of a president to sit indefinitely. Okay. Then obviously with the Warren Court, the left really waged its kind of radical after the New Deal. The left's orientation switched almost entirely from aiming to capture the executive and use the power of executive order and particularly emergency power incident to Article 2 in order to implement its ideological vision. It shifted almost entirely to utilizing the judiciary to that purpose, and a kind of long march through the courts. Okay, there's an ethno-sectarian dimension to this too, because if you know anything about the people I'm talking about, after not only do they not have priests after 70 AD because the temple was destroyed, but they're not people who have kings. They have judges. Okay, they have scholars. They have quite literally, like a rabbinic elite. Okay, so there's something there too, I believe. Okay, that's very unsubtle if you are familiar with the parties in question. I'm talking about in political historical terms. So, from the Warren Court onward, the kind of battleground of public policy became the courts, because that's, the left is the driving engine of it. Because as we talked about, there was no more like right wing in America post Nuremberg. They were the driving engine, as it were, of these radical reforms, and so where that was fought out was in the courts. And that brings us to the confirmation process, because you're going to accomplish that. Obviously, you're going to have to make sure that you get your people on the bench. Okay. Now, the confirmation process is interesting because only the president has the power to appoint Supreme Court justices under Article 2. It's Congress does not. So why the confirmation process becoming this kind of like de facto legislative veto over the appointment power, that is on its face unconstitutional, in my opinion, and nobody's ever challenged it in that regard. And that goes to show you that the right is really going to fake. And I mean, even like the last Supreme Court appointee who quite literally was denied confirmation was Bork. Was a Reagan appointee, which is peculiar because Bork wasn't. There's a lot of guy like Tom. I don't think Bork is any more right wing than Rehnquist. Okay, and he certainly Warren. He certainly wasn't as right wing as Warren Burger, at least on Fourth Amendment search and seizure issues and things like that. But be as it may, that should have been the test case. It's like, okay, how, and they utilizing the confirmation process as an ideological litmus test instead of what it's supposed to be, which is, unless there's criminality in this man's background, unless there's something that truly indicates a lack of fitness. Like basically the confirmation process, Congress was supposed to act like the bar would for a judge at the local level. Okay, like it's supposed to be a character and fitness sort of ish review, and it's supposed to be very perfunctory. So if you want an example of the right being, or what passed for the right being cucked, I mean, there you go. But be as it may, the point is that the left very effectively post Watergate, especially, was able to extricate sovereignty from the executive and enshrine the judiciary as the seat of sovereignty. And that's how they got Roe v. Wade done. That's how they were able to implement the civil rights revolution, which was a euphemism really for the ethnic cleansing of northern white ethnic urban centers and all of these things. But for the left to do a 180 now and claim the judiciary is too powerful, it's like, yeah, it is, and that's because that's your guy's construction. You know, it's like if you're going to take if the communists are going to take to the streets and declare and shriek that they don't like their own architecture, right? I don't know what to say to that. You know, it's and it goes to show you kind of like how rudderless they are too. It's like, okay, you know, if you know, it's got to be something. Like, a seat of sovereignty can, I mean, aside from the fact that according to the letter of the law, like, it would be absurd to vest true sovereignty in the legislature, okay, and that could never happen in a system that's structured like America's is. But you know, it's either got to be, for some reasons that are obvious and that are complicated, sovereignty's either got to rest de facto in the executive or in the judiciary. You know, otherwise it's nowhere. Okay, it's like so if they're going to take the streets and scream that the kind of sovereign architecture they created now is enraging them, you know, it's like, okay, so you want to revest it in the executive? I mean, obviously they don't. You know, so it's like, what do they want? You know, that's what's known as senility. You know, quite literally. So that's the way to understand Roe v. Wade. In terms of, I've always made the point, and I realize I've been going for a minute. I don't want to just sit here and grandstand, but I'm always making the point that whatever the kind of gross outrages of the regime are, whether it's declaratory judgments that sodomy is a sacrament, whether it's a declaration that Fourth Amendment actually guarantees a right to abortion, these people who go around demanding things like celebrations of gross sex acts, and people go around demanding that, you know, the right to murder their children in utero, these are not my people. They're a bunch of freaks and sickos and shitbags. And I'm not being flippant about human evil, but I why would I care what these people are doing, and why would I want them to reproduce themselves? I realize God wouldn't want me to think that way, but I am speaking honestly in political terms, okay? And also, you know, obviously I don't want abortion to be enshrined as some kind of right by a rabbinic judiciary, because that's perverted and that's completely at odds with both practical reason as well as morality, but also the letter of the law as it's written. But people who have not totally taken leave of reason and given themselves over to great human evil are not going to be trying to abort their kids. And you know, if your people are so deviant that the only thing stopping them from murdering their kids is a legal prohibition on the practice, like, you're you're in big trouble. But I mean, so I'm always encouraging people to not associate themselves either in their personal life or like psychically, like, with the kind of debased majority that is prone to these things, because they're not our people. You know, not only are we a vanguard movement, but we're something of a natural elite, and we're also we're a historical vanguard too, because we're the ones who are going to reproduce. We're the people who remain who are capable of bearing culture, and we're the ones who are going to perpetuate that culture. You know, so if some crazy like, literally, if some like mentally ill, like, kid, you know, obese cat lady with Kool-Aid hair is going to like run around screaming that, you know, she demands a right to abortion, I don't care. I'd be horrified if that woman was having kids. Like, thankfully, I can't imagine anybody wanting to impregnate these women. But I mean, I guess you can always find a guy who will do the dirty deed, regardless of how dirty that deed may be. But I don't want these guys inseminating anybody, and I don't want Kool-Aid hair cat lady squirting out any clones of herself. Okay, like, that's the last thing I want. So why would I get upset about that? But also, the flip side of that is that, yeah, like, Oliver Wendell Holmes, who people on the right unduly malign. I don't want to get into that because that's a subject for like a podcast proper, but people don't understand what legal realism is as articulated by Holmes. It wasn't a value judgment. It was it was an analytical method. The point he made is that the federal judiciary, um, if enshrined with the power of judicial review in any system, but especially the American system, where this kind of like ritualized cultivation of of consensus, like superficial or not, decisions are always going to be impacted disproportionately uh, by uh, by public opinion, okay, and by these kinds of currents. So, and make no mistake, the fact that Roe v. Wade was unceremoniously reversed. That's not just because the Supreme Court finally decided, like, hey, we better start actually handing out decisions that aren't half-baked, sociological screeds that the sort that might be, written by some middling community college professor. We've got to start actually handing down legal decisions that are just that, that are decisions grounded in precedent and practical reason. It's because public opinion became increasingly uncomfortable with this idea that in utero infanticide is somehow a right. Like, not only is it acceptable, but it's something that should be celebrated as some positive right. Like, it's just at the point where that makes people nauseous, quite literally, and that means that logos is rising, as our Catholic friends say, and that's the as people like me say, that's that's the cunning of reason, which is the hand of God in history, as Herr Hegel would have characterized it. But that's that's uh that's what I have to say about Roe v. Wade at this moment.
Well, I'm glad you brought up our people, because it seemed like a year or so ago we were pretty skeptical about people like Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, even Kavanaugh. A lot of these people kind of let us down during the Trump administration, and so we really didn't identify with them so much. And even if they were Christian, we didn't see it as very effective. But honestly, stuff like this, and maybe this is drinking the Kool-Aid. AA talks a lot about containment, and how stuff like this is kind of it's a charade to kind of get you to sympathize and have this parasocial relationship with the managerial state. And it is effective, I will admit. But I think that kind of leads into something you brought up earlier, which was, and thank you for bringing up Robert Bork, because whether it's him or Mel Bradford, and AA has been going through the PaleoCon history, which is nice to see. But it seems like
Indeed.
there's a managerial effort during specifically Republican administrations, although it's not exclusive to them. It seems like even when you have someone like Reagan, allegedly right wing, in the White House, there's all these efforts to keep people like that, who do have a very unique judicial perspective on social issues and waging a culture war. Just, it wasn't too long after the Bork hearings that someone like Pat Buchanan emerged out of the presidency election. And so stuff like that, it's very interesting. You have all these people that, the GOP obviously isn't a monolith, but you get all these people that do have like a Clarence Thomas, maybe a Clarence Thomas 777 perspective, you could say. It's this very, it's very true, as you said, to the old right, something that's a lot more in sync with what the Supreme Court was supposed to be, and not this, corrupted institution that kind of gets swayed by a popularity contest. So it's very interesting that there's a lot of martyrs when it comes to the Supreme Court, and just the right overall. It seems like a lot of your judicial perspective doesn't reach the Amy Coney Barrett's. It's like we have to be a little more selective, and we don't get a lot of victories like this. So that's
Well, here's the thing to keep in mind. Yeah, this is a positive development. Like, make no mistake, and people should. I don't think it's misplaced for you to, derive optimism from that. But like I said, Roe v. Wade was just bad law. Like, even if you're a big abortion rights proponent, even if you're like I said, even like Ruth Bader Ginsburg was as creepy as apparatchiks come, and I mean, she acknowledged that. She's like, this is bad law. This is a bad decision. It doesn't make any sense, and it's like, I made the point the other day to Paul Fahrenheit and to Kerry. We touched on this briefly. We didn't like deep dive into it. But the reason why, like, the reason why the federal regime it came to rely so much on the civil rights acts. It wasn't just to more deeply insinuate policy goals into the law of the land as regarded desegregation and things, and and proactive measures in order to in order to force the blending of populations. It was because they knew Brown v. Board, like Roe v. Wade, was actually like a very very weak decision. That was a nakedly sociological screed. It was premised upon Gunnar Myrdal, who was a Swedish sociologist. Quite literally, he was like a Franz Boas type guy. Okay, if you read Brown v. Board, it claims that according to sociological data of the experts, if you don't allow black children to attend school with white children, like they develop like existential cognitive difficulties relating to their idea of self-worth and their ability to participate, in civil society, and like this causes all kinds of problems, and then they can't, they can't fully develop their potential, and then that in turn leads to quote racism. Like that doesn't make any sense. But even if it did, this has nothing to do with the law of the land. It's like that's great. Even if everything that was alleged there was true, that still has nothing to do with equal protection under the law. Okay, I mean it like at all. In some ways it's even more kind of like out of left field than Roe v. Wade was, but quite quickly, first of all, the kind of civil rights forced integration, like anti-white apparatus, it kind of had way more behind it, in terms of momentum and in terms of not just government bureaucracy behind it, but NGOs and all like there's a remarkable constellation of power and resources behind it. That was not the case for the abortion movement. Like, don't get me wrong, like NARAL, that's that's the infanticide abortion lobby, and Planned Parenthood, like they're powerful NGOs, but nothing like that. Like the forced integration effort was like the Apollo 11 program of social engineering. Okay, but also so they were able to get things done in terms of in terms of getting legislation passed, like drafted as well as passed. But also, this is like I said, they realized if you were going to premise desegregation and particularly forced integration efforts on Brown v. Board, like eventually you were going to lose, and eventually it would have been unceremoniously reversed. Okay, like it became it became superfluous, because even if it was reversed tomorrow, like it'd be nullified by the myriad civil rights acts, of 58, 64, 68, and I think that's it. But there's been like addendums and like omnibus, like education acts and things that were that piggybacked, addendums to the already existing legislation and things. Then there's also been like all these cases that interpreted that statutory authority, like against like the several states and things. So I mean, it would not matter even if tomorrow, for some reason, I mean, there's no way it would be, but in counterfactual terms, like imagine a scenario where tomorrow, like Brown v. Board's overturned, like absolutely nothing would change. But that's part of it. But it's also too the regime's kind of showing its hand here. And like I was talking to my dad about this, because he was nice enough to drive me around this morning. If any kind of evolved federalism, you're going to have a diversity of laws relating to practices, especially like abortion. Okay, the fact that the left literally can't leave other people alone, like why on earth would they care if in states where none of their kind live, for in statistically significant terms, like why on earth would they care if abortion is illegal there? It's like don't live there. I can guarantee you that people in like deep Trump country like give like zero fucks like what people are doing at Berkeley or like in the Bay Area, or in Manhattan, like at all. There's like nothing they care about less. Yet these creepy freaks, it like outrages them that people like never met, like never will meet, like would never associate with, have nothing to do with, and environs they'd like never visit. They're like outraged that they're, you know, that they're maintaining the, you know, the taboo on infanticide, like as a matter of law. Like that, it's incredible. But it shows you the character of these people, and it shows you too about how they, you know, I mean, it's obvious to anybody who's like a thinking person or who's engaged with politics, but you know, for laymen and laywomen who aren't so much, I mean, this, if nothing else, this should make it clear that like these people aren't concerned with like, you know, people's rights or like with guarding kind of diversity of opinion, or it's they're about controlling people, and they're about eradicating the ability of people to practice their culture in a discrete capacity. And you know, it's about hatred of Christianity, and it's about hatred of uh of basic practices of civilization, you know, befitting a people who can be said to live freely in any meaningful sense. You know, so it's anytime anytime the emperor exposes himself, it's gross, because who the hell wants to see a naked and syphilitic emperor? But it's instructive to some of the more dull among us, because they realize how gross it is, and that in fact he's not clothed. I think about it like there's this awful, awful, awful movie, and it's like really gross. It's called Caligula with Malcolm McDowell, and Malcolm McDowell is dope, but
Of course.
it was made by Bob Guccione, so it's like a porno film. There's actually like a hardcore porno like insinuated into it, because it was like 1979 when people were really perving out hard, and there's this idea bouncing around that you could make big budget movies with real actors, but also insinuate like porno into it, and I mean, it was just gross. But even aside from the porno, like the movie's gross. But the one, the two performances that make it worthwhile was that Malcolm McDowell, even though I'm sure like the real Caligula was nothing like him, like Malcolm McDowell, it like hams it up. It's kind of like if Alex from Clockwork Orange was the Emperor of Rome. But his uncle Tiberius, he's like literally this like syphilitic psycho. Like he's got like syphilis like growths on his face, and he's like this big chomo who like lives on an island and just like molests everybody. And like he's played by Peter O'Toole, and Peter O'Toole later like disowned the movie, but he actually did like a great job in that in that role. I'm sure it required like a lot of cocaine from him to do it, to dial in that performance, but and God knows what else. But I think of like if Biden's America could be a person, like you know, like the anthropomorphized rendering of America, it would be like syphilitic Tiberius, like staggering around, like molesting people with his like robe falling open, so everybody's got to, you know, gets a view of things they don't want to see. Like that's what I think of it as. I'm sure nobody needed that visual, but it was on my mind, so now it's now it's insinuated into your mind.
No, that is relevant, and I think Christopher Sandbach pointed out, you know, if you really want to get a good picture of like post Watergate America, I mean, you could probably compare Peter O'Toole in Lawrence of Arabia and compare that to Caligula.
Yeah,
It's a very nice
that's
comparing
actually,
contrast.
yeah, man. Like that's actually pretty profound. I didn't even think of that, but yeah, definitely. But
But do you see? Because it seems like a lot of people have been throwing this out there after Thomas, not you, Clarence Thomas has given
yeah, yeah.
his comments. Do you think that there is momentum for a lot of the other culture war centered Supreme Court cases? Because I know that it's kind of a utopic vision that we can somehow get all those, you know, get all those lucky strikes after this one, but you know, the pro-life movement does seem to be the exception, since that has a lot of momentum, very specific demographic. I mean, you know, what do you think from a judicial perspective? I mean, it does specifically the homosexual one seems to be the one that has the most ground to be overturned, because since it's running on a similar logic as the
Well, here's what I was about to say. Eventually, the quote gay marriage foolishness is going to get overturned, because that's totally bizarre. Because what they did there, the reasoning of that is that, like I pointed out, I I pointed this out at the time. Quote, gay marriage isn't something that exists. So you can't be like, that's not a polemical point. Like it's not like there's even societies that encourage homosexuality and not only have no problem with it, but like believe it's like a positive good, don't maintain an institution where they believe that men can have sex with men and produce children and that this has a sacral significance. Like, that does not exist on this planet. So you can't declare that. So like basically what the Supreme Court was doing was it was kind of indulging in a sort of counterfactual exercise wherein, you know, rights derive from cultural institutions that are somehow kind of created by the state through declaratory judgments, and that marriage came about because the Supreme Court decided that marriage is kind of a dating contract that can be, like, you know, for the purpose of sexual gratification, that can be violated at any time without consequence. So it's sort of an illusory promise, but the purpose of it is that, you know, it's just, you know, you know that you're morally okay in practicing it because the Supreme Court says so. But like when this was being developed, you know, homosexuals were deliberately denied, you know, a declaration that what they're doing is morally acceptable. So, you know, that means that their rights are being violated on grounds of, you know, the spirit of equal protection. Like that literally doesn't make any sense. Like that'd be like me saying, that'd be like me going to a Calvary Cemetery, the big cemetery in Evanston, and saying, I want you to build a monument here for me, and I want a funeral even though I'm alive. And when they say, well, we don't do that, we only offer services for the deceased. Hey, you know, that's what about funeral equality? That doesn't matter. You know, how come only dead people are honored by funerals? Like, it's something I'm being obtuse, but I'm not. It's literally the same logic. You know, you can't declare that the discrete significance assigned to, you know, a primordial institution of a sacramental nature is quote unquote discriminatory because it only offers sacrament to that discrete event or practice. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So it's obviously just a declaratory judgment to mock, you know, the previously majoritarian culture's kind of high values, you know, and that's highly improper for all kinds of reasons. But it also just can't really be rationalized in terms of you know, in under a federal system that is moving towards re-enshrining, you know, actual federalism and home rule on all matters other than fundamental rights and things that involve you know, basic police power, national security interests. So yeah, that's going to get knocked down at some point because, again, all it was ideological theater for the sake of ideological theater, you know. And when it comes to, if nothing else, it comes down to the fact, like, how can a court declare what the meaning is of a primordial, like, sacramental practice? Like, how's that possible? Like, if the Supreme Court comes out tomorrow and says that, you know, it's going to alter, like, the Catholic baptism rite, like, is that legitimate? I mean, like, does it have that authority? I mean, like, how could it? You know, and you couldn't say either, like, oh, well, it's because married people, you know, married people can inherit each other's estate. I can draft a testamentary trust for you, so you can, like, will your estate to anybody you want. So I mean, that was always a bullshit argument. You know, like, it's, and even were it not, I mean, it'd be on weak ground anyway. But there's a whole lot of lying that went into it. Like, I have people tell me with a straight face, and like I do know something about estates and trusts. I mean, I am a lawyer. I mean, I don't practice law, but people are like, no, if you're, like, gay, like, you know, you can't, like, let anybody inherit stuff. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, you can will your estate to your dog, literally, if you want to do. Okay, you have to, like, will it to a person who's the caretaker of the dog, but for that purpose, you could you would literally have that go through probate. Okay, it's so like the entire thing was kind of obnoxious and bizarre ideological theater. However, some of this stuff, some of this ground is being ceded because to the right, or pass for the right, because the Supreme Court is gonna. It's not a good thing that Amendment 2 has been incorporated against the states, because that does away with home rule in terms of what the law is for private weapons ownership. You don't want some federal regulatory regime as respects to gun rights. You want it to be a home rule affair, and I mean that, like, if the city of Chicago wants to ban private firearms ownership, fine, but that also means, if Plano, Texas wants to basically have no restrictions on firearms, I mean, that's fine too. That's what gun rights people should be looking for. They should not look at it as, I said when the Second Amendment was first incorporated against the states, by way of Amendment 14, this is not a good thing. And people looked at me like I was like being nuts. So I'm like, you wait and see, man. You don't want some single regulatory regime impacting all 50 states, every municipality they're in, on grounds of a single federal statute or something. So that's what's gonna that's what's gonna be that's the pound of flesh that kind of like Trump's America is gonna have to sacrifice.
We have a live studio update. I haven't clicked on this link yet, but I'm being told that this is relevant to the discussion. I'm going to click on this now. I'm going to thank Charlemagne before clicking, but I don't know what this is. Oh, okay. That's I was okay.
People really like that picture where Clarence Thomas's mug is over my face.
Wild Westerns return. That's okay. No, that's thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No, that's pretty funny.
I haven't seen this specific version, so I appreciate.
Yeah, no, I do too.
It's good to have you on the Supreme Court, Thomas. You've been really helping us out. We've been winning the culture war, and it's someone. I think it was Mr. D who said it's very strange how it's always the Catholics that seem to be at the helm when stuff like this happens in the culture war, at least historically in American terms.
Well, prods have been kicked off the Supreme Court. I mean, that's part of it. Like, I mean, like if we were there, we'd be, there'd be some doing good things, some doing bad things. But it, the problem is that the Protestant, what was the Protestant elite really kind of defected. And then like the Protestants that are pandered to are the ones who have big tent congregations, and those are like the mega churches and stuff. So people like me are kind of left in the lurch politically. But I'd argue, man, that like the center prods like always kind of were, man. Like that's one of the Calvinist dissenter types, and also Pentecostal Baptists, who I think are kind of nutty. I'm not trying to be mean, and I don't want to get deluded with hate mail saying like "fuck you" for saying that. I'm not saying mean things about them, but their theology is unique. Let me put it that way, and it's different than what I'm used to. But it's not like the Protestant establishment. It's not like it was ever, with the exception of people like Andrew Jackson. It's not like it was ever, Pentecostal Baptists and like Calvinist Presbys, you had some of us insinuated in high places, obviously, like George Kennan, for example. But my point is that people in the 50s, they refer to like Eisenhower's Republican Party as, the Presbyterian Church at prayer, and there was something to that. But that was frankly kind of short-lived. And what was called the Rockefeller Republicans during the culture wars of the 70s, versus the Nixon Republicans, like those guys were like, those are like northeastern, like what we'd consider rhinos today. Okay. And a lot of them were like, a lot of them were Anglican types anyway, and Episcopalians. But and then like we talked about, like the Nixon, like the white voting bloc that was the Nixon coalition. It was it was dissenter prods and Northern Catholics, but the Catholics always awesome.
That's right.
The Catholics always had more top-down political organization. I mean, part of that was just kind of like the nature of Catholicism and the parish community. And parish community is part of a lot of what underlay the civil rights, movement, was to smash those parish communities and their ability to mobilize politically. But that top-down structure did somewhat remain, and even in reconstituted, weakened form. So I mean, that's part of it. But prods are also like a house divided, and I mean that's our strength and our weakness. Okay. You know, it there's a reason why Anglo-Saxon man, like Anglo-Saxonism, it's not just it's not just like some ethno-racial designation. It refers to like a whole conceptual horizon. That's why Alexander Hamilton and John Jay, they're always talking about Anglo-Saxon man, like as opposed to the Latinate Normans and like continental Europeans who had a wholly different perspective on sovereignty, authority, political order, and liberty. You know, the if you're a descendant of Prod, you're you're basically a wild Germanic. Like whose forebears like long, long, long ago were like running about in the woods when a bunch of Latin types like started trying to tell you what to do and like impose this weird language on you and impose this weird kind of top-down regime on you and like it's things like you didn't like. So it gave you kind of an intrinsic hostility to authority, like outside of that, which commanded your obvious loyalty, like your tribe and your race and your faith and the inner witness. I mean, that's kind of outside the scope of what we're talking about, but it also means if that's your persuasion, if you are a Calvinist Presby, or if you are like a Pentecostal Baptist, or if you are, like a hard line evangelical, not some dispensationalist fuckhead. I mean, like a real like evangelical. You're not going to mobilize real well, and you're not going to be able to play like the political action committee game and the lobbying game nearly as well as our Catholic friends do. So that's part of it. But yeah, but there's also, I mean, I think I realize we got a minority view because I am a minority. But also, any Congregationalist prod is going to have a minority view, and that's the way it's supposed to be. But you might notice I'm kind of averse to like political engagement. It's not just because I think as a matter of principle the regime should be starved of legitimacy by refusing to offer one's consent. But it's also there's something that just seems kind of unseemly about involving oneself in such things. And I mean somebody might say that like that's not a good thing, but it's like, well, that's the way my tribe thinks about it. Like not even consciously. I mean, I realized this kind of like upon like self reflection. Like as like a middle aged guy. It's not like I sat down and like came to these conclusions, but I read a lot about George Kennan, and like we taught about a year ago, like when Mr. Scott Greer, who's our good friend, had me on, we talked about Scott Greer in a dedicated pod. And Kennan's a really fascinating guy, but he's also like, he's also like a man of my own like faith heritage and ethnos. So, and he was never really comfortable in government. But a lot of guys during like the zenith of the Cold War, like who you wouldn't have otherwise found like in those roles, like gravitated to them and were pressured like into taking them on. But I realized I was like a tangent within a tangent.
No. It's an interesting dynamic because just recently some people tried to do the Anglo-Saxon caucus, and I'm sure you remember the backlash. Oh my goodness, we're living in the post-civil rights era of America. What's all this Anglo-Saxon talk about? And it's like, you guys, obviously, if you were born pre 1960s, this would not be controversial. But again, it's that weird double standard where the
Well, it's like they're not part of it, so they should shut the fuck up and not worry about it.
well,
It's
yeah,
like
of course.
it's like don't worry, man. Like you're not. It's like you guys are not part of it. No one's gonna like try and make you part of it, and no one's ever gonna like invite you to be part of it. So fuck off.
Yeah,
It's like
it's not exactly founding stock that are raising concerns about what that
yeah,
term
yeah.
means. So it's very exactly what you'd expect, same old, same old. But yeah. Hey, you were the guy who got me woke up to the Brown versus Board of Education, because that was something, of course, that was pushed in the education system for me. And in California, you can even imagine what that was like.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, it's so funny if you just look at the letter of the law. There's plenty of wiggle room for for right wing analysis, and
Well, yeah, like I said, that's one of the reasons why it was fortified. It wasn't just fortified by the subsequent by subsequent statutory authority at the federal level, it's because I mean the court itself realized like this decision is just weak. Like it doesn't. It's you know, it doesn't really have any legs to stand on in terms of precedent or in terms of uh of practical jurisprudence. It's and like I said, Myrdal's a strange figure, and I don't even like his seminal text on race and racial integration, the title of which eludes me. I he didn't even write most of it, I don't believe, but he was a he was a goyish weirdo. Like the Swedes like really are like fucking morons. They're just like race traitor like idiots. Like it and this long proceeds they weren't like destroyed and occupied like Germany, and like the Norwegians fought like hell for Europe in the war, and so did the Finns. Like the Swedes they're just like fucking morons. Like it's like in their blood to just be like these fucking creeps. But so he was one of those types, but he was kind of like the Northern European face of what was a very non-Christian, like non-European, like uh organization that he served. Okay, let me put it that way. But he he did write at least part of the source material, but it's Michael Jones deep dived into Gunnar Myrdal, which was fascinating because most people I mean I did because I went to law school, and like that, I one of the main reasons I went to law school is so that I could kind of develop a deep understanding of the political architecture of the country. So I mean, I deep dived into Myrdal before I even like heard of Michael Jones, but most people don't put a premium on him. Even people on the right who generally are interested in kind of unpacking the key thinkers of the of the post-war left. But it's worth reading and listening to what Jones dropped on it, and I'm bound to be bored.
Mutant has been a very consistent supporter of me and Oros recently.
That's
I
great.
know he had this question earlier, since you this was a while ago
I
now.
don't know who Rosalie Gordon is, and I don't know of her stuff, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, lately I've been I think I'm pretty well read in terms of the kind of canon that most of our people are up on, but I I've got a lot of my own long form projects I'm desperately trying to finish, and I I spent a whole lot of time with I spent a whole lot of time with 20th century revisionism, as I think you guys know. I spent a lot of time with legal theory, and I spent a lot of time with just like modern political theory, kind of from uh from the 16th century onward. So and there's a lot of stuff that I just haven't heard of. Okay, because a lot of you fellas are like more clued into kind of contemporary thinkers than I am. You know, I read John Yoo a lot. Like John Yoo's not one of us, but like Clarence Thomas, he's a very strong legal mind, and he's even for a layman, his stuff is complicated. It's not dumbed down at all, so it's dense, but you can grasp it without being a lawyer or something. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff I haven't heard of, frankly. Um,
Oscar recommends, another consistent viewer. I know you were talking about doing IRL content in Chicago. He's recommending you
yeah,
hire Baked Alaska. That would be
no,
very
Baked Alaska
beneficial.
is great. I've never met the dude, and I mean, if he reached out to me, that would be great. But um, I don't know the guy, and I haven't met any of his close associates. But no, if he wanted to reach out or meet up or collaborate, that I'm always amenable to that, man.
All right, I'll try to get some context on the cozy side and see if we can. I know he's in Arizona, so he's a bit
Yeah, I was
closer
gonna
to
say I know
you.
he's somewhere in the Southwest, but I mean that's fine, man. I'm gonna be making my way west for the for the Western Front assault in several weeks anyway. So um, keep that in mind. When I have a firm date, I'll announce it to you and everybody else. But it's been a minute since I took the Revolution on the road, and that was the East Coast assault. I mean that was
That's right.
It was like a year and a half ago, man. It's crazy. I mean, they came back like a year and like 4 months ago. Yeah, like wow, where's the time go? But that was even though some bad things happened, that was overall like a great success, and I made some great contacts in Harper's Ferry, or should we call it Harper's LGBTQ because we don't say ferry anymore. But I made some great contacts there, and in Bmore. So I'm looking forward to the Western Front assault.
That's right. The Allied Forces tour is going to make its way
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
other side.
exactly.
No, that's good to hear. Let me see if did I miss? What did I get over here?
We can go live again this weekend too. I mean, this seems like there's a lot of stuff to cover. I'm getting kind of tired, so I'm gonna bounce soon. But we can. I know people want to talk about Russia and stuff. I don't want to pressure you. I mean, it's your
No
brand.
problem.
But if you wanted to go live on Saturday, maybe we could talk about Russia. I got to record with our comrade and dear friend Pete Canones on Saturday for our ongoing revisionist series, and that's dope. But we're doing that like 1 p.m. my time. After that, if that's done, I don't have any other commitments, but it's totally up to you. And like I said, um, Jose Nino said that he'd probably be available this weekend too. So
Oh,
just something to
excellent.
think about.
Yes, that's right. Our Castizo futurist, our my fellow Hispanic, is gonna give me some of that Latin blood energy
No,
when
Jose
I'm in
Nino is
visiting.
dope, man. He's a great guy, and he and I are gonna drop a deep dive into the Spanish War, 1936,
Uh
1939.
oh, let's go. That's great,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah. I mean, whenever he's ready, I don't want to just like drop it, but we talked about it, and there's a lot of people expressed like a very strong interest in it. But and yeah, I'm sorry, I kind of hit the wall for like an hour, like sitting. When I'm feeling pretty good, like sitting for more than an hour, like it tends to get kind of painful. So then you like stretch out and stuff. But it
No, no. No,
but
it's
also yeah, I wanted to give the Roe v. Wade thing a proper treatment, and yeah, like I said, don't feel pressured, but we can even go live tomorrow if you wanted. I got I got kind of a busy day tomorrow, but if it was at night, we could do that, and we could talk about like international affairs and specifically Russia. But like I said, don't feel pressured, and maybe we could get maybe we get Paul Fahrenheit on board too. But like I said, it's totally up to you, man. I'm just kind of thinking aloud.
no problem. Yeah, yeah. Love everybody. So that's the crew. That's the model
Are
crew.
people asking any more questions? I'll answer one or two more questions if there's any like pressing questions before I
Yeah.
bounce.
Yeah, let me see here.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of like thinking out loud type
No,
stuff.
yeah. If not, that's fine. I don't want people to feel like they're being ignored if they got something they want to ask me.
Or let's see here. Anything in the excellent, excellent. What do we got? Anything? What is this? Any collab with Dr. Jones? Question mark. I know that what's his name? Pete Canones. Pete Canones
Yeah,
just
that's a good question, and he's an accessible guy. Like I've emailed him before. It was just about like an academic point of interest and something that he wrote, and he answered me right away. That's the only time I've corresponded with the dude, but everybody, including PQ, has said that he's like he's an intense guy. You know, I mean that comes across, but he's a very accessible guy and a very nice guy. No, I totally be. I would love to collaborate with uh with Dr. Jones. I'd have to have a specific kind of topic in mind. Like what I'd want to do is I'd want to devote like one of the Mind Phaser episodes to Dr. Jones. Um, and I mean I could definitely do that. I know basically what I'd ask him. You know, it'd be basically I'd ask him to basically reiterate what he covered in Slaughter of the Cities. That's kind of an intro, but I'd want to get his take on the Second World War, the Vatican, Nuremberg, and how uh as the case of Father Coughlin is kind of exemplified. The Vatican and the Roman Church was as much a party combatant to the war as was every other you know cultural form. And I mean, being that the Roman Church is the faith of Europe, how could it not be? So I'd want to mainly deep dive into that, because I mean, revisionism, capital R, is kind of my thing. But I mean, I would love to, and in coming weeks, I think I will do that because you're like the fourth person who suggested it.
Yeah, some
Yeah,
of
yeah. Join
the
says
same.
yeah, he's gotten more into addressing revisionist concerns and interests lately. So it's probably be timely. I take your guys' point. Yeah, I'll reach out to him sometime in August. How's that? The next few mind phasers, I've got things lined up I want to cover and people I want to talk to. But and like I said, I'd want to I'd want to I'd want to think about how to approach old Dr. Jones. But no, that I promise I will reach out to him. And if he doesn't want to, I'm not gonna hold it against him. I mean, I'm sure that there's some people who aren't particularly interested in what I do, but I will definitely reach out and I will let all of you fellas know and ladies. I know there's some fine ladies among us, thankfully. But I will let everybody know what he says, like
That's
yay
right.
or nay. But like I said, from people telling me, he's an accessible guy, and I've got nothing but good things to say about his work product. I don't always agree with him, but he's from a very different tradition than I am.
That same person also recommended Pope Pius XII as a topic since he's discussing all kinds of historical
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, very much so. And it's an understudied topic for people. I mean, a lot of Catholic fellows and ladies who are deep into kind of the history of their faith, like study Pius and the kind of but most people, and there's like plenty of hit pieces, like calling him some kind of fucking fascist. I mean, but that's kind of faded. But but like it's not a topic that like even most revisionist, like casual revisionists or people kind of trying to learn more. It's not something they deep dive into. So yeah, it'd be very worthwhile.
Oscar asked if you have Indian blood.
Yeah, but not the convenience store kind.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean, everybody says that, but like I actually do. Like I'll post my 23andMe sometime, and then I'm sure like people who dislike me will be like, "You're not white. Like fuck you. Like me and my like 600-pound sister are like white, and like we have sex together because like we're so white. But like you're like you're like not white, man. But whatever. But yeah, I mean I do. I don't like identify like as anything other than a white man, but yeah.
Let's see. I think that was the last.
No,
Derek.
that's dope. Those are some good questions. But yeah, and yeah, I want to get your sit rep as much as you're comfortable disclosing public wise about Vegas because, like I said, I haven't been there in like 25 years. But
Oh yeah, man. No,
no,
it's funny. There's an event happening with some of the Cozy TV people, so I'll be back there in 2 weeks. So
that's awesome. Yeah, so I'll hit you up tomorrow anyway. But yeah, if you want to, again, don't feel pressured, man. But if you want to go live again tomorrow or Saturday, that would be dope. But let me know. And I want to thank everybody like the T-Gram mob for participating. That was really great. So that's all I got. I'm gonna go stretch out now and rest.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much, man. Always a blast.
Yeah. Good night, people.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Oh man, that was that was quite a climax. Couldn't have ended on a better note. You know what's funny? We were talking about the judicial. It's funny, I just got this. Oh wait, am I too far out from the screen? We might have to fidget around. Just got this from the thanks to a friend of mine who may still be in chat. But this is for the college Republicans, which started in the early 60s. So that's pretty funny. More of a gimmick than anything, at least this one probably. But very, very convenient. It's funny, I think that was a gift before the verdict happened. So Kind of funny how that works out. But yeah, we love Thomas. How could we not? Yo, there he is. There's my American over there, Mr. Clark. Let's go. This is his. Actually, this is his. So it's a gift. Um, it's a very cool song by a Swedish band. They're called Sleazebees. They have a song called "Tell It to the Judge." It's a very different sounding album. They got in the MTV like later when glam was going away. But Sleazebees, that's one of those ones like Cinderella they make fun of because they got this very feminine look, but they got some heavy stuff. But anyways, I wanted to address the Ed Dutton interview that was being broadcasted earlier today. One of the first things I saw when I woke up, you could have given me a million guesses. You could have given me 6 million guesses of what I could have seen in my YouTube recommended algorithm. And a collaboration between Dr. Dutton and Baked Alaska. That is not something that was on my bingo card for this century. But I'm wondering who reaches out first because I know Nick went on Dutton, which was like, I thought that was weird and kind of out of nowhere, but that was really something. And I was very surprised how many people walked away with a better perspective of Baked Alaska because he's somebody. If you've ever seen that Porcelain documentary, not exactly a flattering depiction of Mr. Alaska, but it is very interesting to kind of have him like plead his case. I actually forget the fact that what did he say? 70% of the January 6 people are out on bail too. You don't really hear about that because you hear about the Proud Boys. What's that Hispanic guy that runs the Proud Boys? Anyways, you hear about all the big names. You hear about, Baked Alaska. Hello. But all the other anonymous people, they kind of fall by the wayside because they don't have that cachet. So I think that's very interesting. It sort of puts everything into perspective. But yeah, I thought that was very funny. It's there was at one point there was one point where I think Baked Alaska called Ed a wignat, and I don't think he knew what that meant. I mean, I don't. It was just a very keck moment. Again, this is worlds collide. These crossovers are not supposed to happen in this millennium. It's just very jarring to see two people interact. So yeah, a lot of highlights for sure. A lot of funny stuff there. Um David the Gnome, as far as I know, I don't think he has the wherewithal to be an informant. That would be kind of a weird thing for the FBI. Of all people, there were literally what, like thousands of people there. It would be strange to kind of lock in. I know the perfect person to walk into the Capitol. I don't think that was on the agenda, but it is funny to see all that stuff play out. Really liked Baked. Oh, that's right. I forget a lot of those guys. A lot of those guys aren't, let's just say, like religious. So you get a lot of stuff like that where, yeah, Ed was pretty cringe on that issue. But it's that's the I think the what's the word? That's the productive part of the worlds colliding is you get to see those issues come to light because online it's a big hodgepodge. There's all these there's Christians, there's secular types, and so it's not very coherent. But stuff like that can create a synthesis. The right Hegelian look at Check's notes, Baked Alaska, and Ed Dutton. Yeah, this is what Hegel predicted. The end of history is after the Ed Dutton interview. He forgot to write about that. You don't. Yeah, I know. Honestly, hey, I really don't like the whole. I think that was Mark Braham who said that on Twitter. But a bunch of people are saying stuff like that. I just think that that's gross. I think the whole like eugenics thing is it's not even edgy. It's just cringe. I don't know how, you know. Obviously if you have a religious foundation, you're not gonna let your views on race cause you to make these these arguments for, well, what if we did some Rupert Kipling? It's like, how about let's not. Let's just get over. Let's just what is oh, there you go. Yeah, Ed's got a handful of people. Yeah, Nick. That's funny. I wonder if I don't think Nick knows like who Ed Dutton is, to tell you the truth, because it's sort of a different. It's on a different part of the spectrum compared to AF. Um. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I hope I'm not. That better not be like a wedge issue. It's just you can't. I understand people are very pessimistic about the demographics, but I mean, talking about stuff like that is not very productive. It's also a lot of these people are pragmatists. That is not something that would even come close to what's funny? I tweeted this on my way to Vegas. Jared Taylor talks about that in his Paved with Good Intentions book. And I just think that that's again, once again, Mr. Taylor, not religiously based. So it's just very sad when you see people not get that. You know, some people who don't really have a foundation in something like religion, it's very easy for them to, not care about stuff like that and just go for well, this would help people in the long run. And it's like, yeah, but I would argue it's immoral. So I'm not really interested in what's going to happen in the long term. If that's the crux, then I'm out. Yes, thank you, Kevin. Talked about Joseph Cotto, who does content with Paul Gottfried. Yeah, he makes the exact same argument. Thank you. Another example. You could just pile on all the people that fall for that trap. I just think it's gross. What about Alex? Who's talking about Alex? I always have to do a double take with that name. Kachuta. Yeah, there's a pretty good article with Mr. Charlemagne and Prudentialist AA. Who else is in there? Maybe Lampster. I forget who else, but a nice shout out to the boys. A nice shout out to the based in Red Pilled boys. Is is Alex is a Alex is very wholesome, I think is the translation there. Yeah, her channel's got all kinds of stuff. Yo, there we go. Thank you, Charlemagne. Very good article. Very good article. And this is the article people should be hyped about, not the Vanity Fair, what have you, all the baggage that has connected to it. This is the article that I think hits all the right notes. The Vanity Fair article's got, to me, it's a little misleading, I would like us to be on the right-hand path as opposed to the other one. You know what I mean? I want us to be on the right-hand path. I don't want us to get sidetracked on any other paths. So please check out that article, which is very cool. A dime. That's true. A dame. You switch out one of those letters and you would be correct. Get Geo on. I'd love to have Geo on. I don't know what we would talk about. I guess we would talk about metal. He seems like a metal guy. He sent me Fear Factory albums one day. I was like, what the? Fear Factory. I haven't heard that name in ages. That was back in my newgrounds.com days. I would hear all this alternative metal from these animation videos. So that was pretty interesting. Yeah, I'd love to have Geo on. Hey, speaking of, Geo and Prudential has just started a brand new show talking about culture. I know that they've been working on this for some time now. Am I bumping into the mic like a fool? Excuse me. I hope I'm not. Hey, is Vingal in here? Vingal, tell me, wave if you're in chat. I got to thank you for. I just got a reminder for the Elvis movie. And I was thinking about you, big guy. I was thinking about Vingal in the theaters in a very platonic way. I was also thinking about Oscar during the theater. putting these words in the wrong order. Anyways, what was I talking about? Yeah, there's a brand new show with Prudentialist and Geo, which I was tuning into while getting ready for the show. Very cool stuff. I think they were more talking about meme culture, but this is going to be like pop culture centered. It's going to be the sort of a Lester Bangs, Hunter S. Thompson, Rolling Stone perspective. So that's this show. That's this show. Lights, camera, action. So very cool, very cool. Please check that out. Yeah, it's platonic. It's platonic, not plutonic. Excuse me. Gio's on. Yes, that's right, with AA, the wrestling stuff. Yeah. Dude, we're so back. All the cool people are just making back-to-back bangers. It's very cool to see. Yeah, to put a pin in the Baked Alaska episode. He's very California, you know? So that's why he's kind of closer to my aesthetic, you know? He's got that Z-Boys aura. I remember Nick during the super chats would he would mimic the way he talked. I'm not like aware of it while I'm watching him, but yeah, he's he's got that dude bro delivery. It's so funny. If you watch that Louis Theroux documentary, it was brilliant. Some people thought that was like malicious for it's like people were saying that like Nick threw Baked under the bus for like throwing him into the enemy's hands. But like how did that turn out? It was this perfect like clashing of ideas where it's like he was saying like, yeah, I don't hate anybody, but I'm not going to pretend like we're living in a utopia right now. It's just again, it's perfect rhetoric. And if I feel like a lot of people didn't give that proper credit again because it's somebody who's not an academic, he's not giving this scholarly take on the dissident right, like people like Moldbug. But I just think someone like Baked Alaska is actually closer to the American voter. You know what I mean? The American voter is not a bookworm. He's very much closer to this. I hate to even use the term, but he's a lot closer to falling into like the barstool conservative trap. And obviously you shouldn't, but someone like Baked Alaska who like he knows like the basic facts. That's your average American. So people who are gonna throw shade on that. It's like people who throw shade on Southerners. It's like, oh, you guys didn't go to Yale. You guys didn't I remember, hear me out. Before JD Vance earned a lot more cachet this year, for all intents and purposes, it kind of looked like JD Vance was one of these Southerners that went to Yale and then became your average politician. And that's why a lot of people in the dissident right didn't trust him. It looked like he was looking down on his former Appalachia demographic. And you could see a lot of people would say, hey, I'm from the area where he's from, and this guy doesn't know anything. Back when people were hyping up hillbilly elegy, I don't know if anyone even remembers that, but I just think it's a very similar dynamic. You know what I'm saying? So again, I know that Scott Greer rural versus urban argument. I know that sent people into a whirlwind spin, but people kind of reveal, when they get animated for stuff like that, it kind of reveals some things. But Scott, as far as I know, is pretty okay in my book. I've heard some cringe things. I don't know if they're true, but yeah, it's just these people that get too close to the pagan stuff. It's like, please, please come home. Someone said in chat, return to Rome. So true. Return to Gladiator. But anyways, yeah, so that was good times. But oh man, Vingle's not in here. My face when Vingle is not in chat. I don't know if we're gonna make it now. Yo, yikes department. All right. So yeah, I just got back from Vegas. it's a disgusting city, and that's where the college Republican what is it? California College Republicans Conference was held, which is very ironic. And John Doyle spoke. He was the keynote speaker. And Sheriff Joe Arpaio was singing My Way by Frank Sinatra. I forgot to post that on Twitter, but he was singing Frank Sinatra, who is actually at odds with the Elvis shilling that we've been doing on the show. We might have to get into more in depth with the Elvis versus Frank Sinatra dichotomy. But anyways, that's what was keeping me busy the past few days. And John Doyle gave, I think, a very relevant speech talking about homosexuality, because he was, I think, originally just going to be talking about sexual immorality in general. And then the Roe versus Wade verdict happened, and I think it changed things a little bit. And so he, man, I don't think there's a recording of that out there. That's too bad, because he was getting into the stuff that people don't like to talk about with that group. He was talking about NAMBLA. He was talking about some of the, like, the way that they quote unquote prove that someone is born gay is they use ink spots, and they compare. It's like a handful of people that can't tell the difference between straight and homosexuals, and that's under the guise of science. But I mean, you guys are probably aware of this stuff. But anyway, he was going through the history of, like, the sexual revolution, all the movements that have very shady past. If you guys know anything about Harvey Milk, I mean, again, you don't have to look very far to see all of the skeletons in the closet. And he was just going down the line, and it's just something that young people really need to hear, because I'm very concerned about Generation Z falling into that trap when they don't have somebody like that, walking them through this stuff. They can be susceptible to all kinds of stuff. So that's why I think John Doyle is a very, very useful person, because he's giving this stuff, not exactly shooting from the hip. It's very academic analysis of this stuff. But nah, see, subject to change. Listen, man, I don't know if people on this channel are ready to hear the Frank Sinatra bashing. It's not what you think it is, man. If you're in the Discord, if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see my take. But nah, man, Frank Sinatra, I know a lot of, like, Fallout fans instantly side with him, but listen, man, these people are not who they say they are. It's talk about wolf in sheep's clothing. Got to be careful with that stuff, man. But yeah, I almost didn't see the Elvis movie, but thankfully got to. I think people should check it out. I feel so bad I didn't get to see The Northman in theaters. That I feel like that was such a missed opportunity. But this is the current thing, okay? This is the one, okay? If there's any doubt, I just want you to know that I think there's something in this movie for everybody. And I want to thank Obese Goth, who's in the Future Citizen, Nightmare Vision. He runs in those circles, and he's been bringing the commentary. Very good stuff. And Ace rolling with Bing Crosby, maybe. Bing Crosby, that's probably closer to us, I'd say. You can take the other Fallout singers. What is it? The Ink Spots? I forget the others. Peggy Lee. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking we're back. Okay, you guys, it took Frank Sinatra to cause division in the chat, of course. We talk about a lot of crazy stuff on the show, quote unquote crazy. And that's the one you guys got to fight me on, of course. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah. Mhm. Please, tread lightly. Tread lightly. Got to be careful with that stuff, man. But yeah, I want to keep Replay Gang in consideration here. So, what is this, like almost an hour and 25 minutes? So the Elvis movie, what is it, Baz Luhrmann? I think I've only seen Romeo and Juliet, which Garak was giving me some blowback, unfortunately. I don't think it's that bad. You got to look at it through a different lens, just like Batman and Robin, just like Escape from LA. You know what's funny? I was looking for Elvis takes from Razor Fist, and I couldn't find any. I was expecting him to be all over that movie because, to tell you the truth, when he posted those pictures with Elvis, that's kind of what got me more curious. I thought, that's the king of rock and roll. Why don't I know anything about him? This is like years ago. But I don't see anything on his timeline. I don't know what's going on there. But anyway, anyone who thinks that this is like it's too modern of a depiction of Elvis. You know what I will say? I haven't really seen anybody mention this, but there's like, and I was concerned because I saw that before the movie came out, I think there's like some modern musicians that were like covering the original Elvis songs. And in the movie, I think one of the first scenes that happens is when Elvis goes to the black neighborhood and you hear like a hip hop song, even though this is like set in the 50s. And there's a lot of that throughout the movie. I mean, it's distracting, but I don't think it ruins it. Doesn't take away the value. It's just very strange to just get like literally modernity like shot in the arm straight in the movie. But that was, I think, misplaced, and that's probably like one of the worst parts of the movie. But other than that, I mean, it's a very it's a very dramatic opening, and very Hollywood-esque. But as far as like I just watched the John Carpenter version, which came out in like 1979. Kurt Russell as Elvis, which is funny. But I do like that movie. But, that movie is not fast-paced. I can imagine a lot of people having a hard time getting through it. But I think it does like most of the history justice. This one is a lot faster, and so it's a lot more accessible to a wider audience. So I don't think even if you're not interested in the Elvis lore, I think this story you can get a lot out of it. So that's why I recommend this is the current thing. I think people will be surprised, one of the things Obese Goth recommended, or he said rather, is that, Zoomers don't really have any context for Elvis's legacy. Prudentialist reminded me that it is true. The Elvis fan base is kind of a dying breed, like the Sinatra fan base. It takes the next generation to keep it going, and it seems like we're not really doing it justice, but that's why this movie's important. It kind of puts it into perspective. And I think young people would dig it. It's a cool little thing here. Clint Eastwood came out with that one movie about the jazz singers. I think it was called Jersey Boys. See, that's the thing where it's so specific. He also did the Larry Bird, or not. He did what is it? The other Clint Eastwood jazz singer movie. Was it Bird with Forrest Whitaker? Stuff like that. Do you understand the difference? I get that they're both like period pieces, but this one is accessible. You know what I mean? I recommended The Aviator on the last show. That is doing a period piece justice. And I feel like there's no one to like explain that, and because it's very nuanced. I know that it's all like old-timey for Zoomers, but Zoomers could get a lot of they could really relate to some of this stuff. But yeah, it's very cool. What what's actually ironic? Because the big thing with Elvis is, okay, first of all, Elvis is not not necessarily a counterculture figure. He's not dividing parents from their kids. I would argue that like someone like the Beatles, the band The Beatles, and all of the hippie bands, that was a lot more closer to that. Even the Doors, to be honest, as much as I don't like to admit that, something like that is like actually divisive and counterculture. Elvis was a lot more in sync with the historic American nation. And I think when he sung that gospel song on the Ed Sullivan show, that's like a hint that he's one of us. He's not just gonna sell out to the I guess Hollywood Elvis was technically a sellout. But, as far as like a symbol, his image, I think he was a lot more in tune with the parents, even if they were concerned. So I just think there's a lot of revisionism has to happen with Elvis's legacy because people make it out like he was this egalitarian. He brought black music to the white demographic. He was this unifier at a time during segregation. There's one specific scene where there's like a segregationist giving a speech, and you got the Confederate flags draped all over the place, and they sort of imply it's happening like a couple miles away from where Elvis is performing, and it's sort of implying that he can hear what the guy is saying, your average segregation rhetoric. And Elvis is like he goes into the performance of Trouble, which is, embracing the bad boy image. And that scene, I don't know what the intent is, but Obese Goth pointed this out. That scene does a good job at like drinking the Kool-Aid and laying out a pretty good case as to why Elvis is dangerous and is a problem to young people. So, I don't think he's their guy necessarily. I very much would like to claim Elvis as something that's more dissident, but not in the counterproductive, anti-American way. I just if you want to make that case for like 70s Elvis, I would think that would be more appropriate. But to say that 50s Elvis with his love of gospel and his I mean the unfortunately him meeting Nixon is not in the movie. Another thing I have to criticize, but that would be something. Could you imagine? There is that Michael Shannon Kevin Spacey movie, Elvis and Nixon, which I should probably check that out again. I never finished it. I didn't know what the intent was, but I if anyone has any doubts about Elvis, I think they should look at what him and the Memphis Mafia were doing in the White House around that time. Elvis is talking about how the Beatles are driving the country in a wrong direction, and the hippies are gallivanting. They're galvanizing, wrong word, galvanizing the youth into being anti-American. So lot of interesting stuff there that doesn't seem to get a fair hearing, but Elvis, man, Elvis. There's a lot of stuff there. That's why people got to go see it. And what's funny? People said that it was a very like sexual movie. There's like a scene where Elvis he's peeking through the people playing the blues in the South. I mean, it's not very like it's not very intimate. I'm trying to think of like what in this movie is very vulgar. I guess like the typical stuff people say about him on stage. I don't know. I didn't really get that impression. I think that was Rolling Stone who wrote that review. You got to take it with a grain of salt. But Don McLean, yeah, yeah. No, it's you guys might want to check that out. It's really something. What else? Is there I'm trying to think of other Oh, because it's like a musical technically. Don't let that scare you away. It's still like drama based. There's a lot of performances, which those are cool. So, there's also some like MLK pause in there. I don't know what Elvis's views are on that. I think because the '60s were a lot like the '90s in that they're romanticized to this ridiculous level, even though it was a very violent decade. Both of them were. And there's a scene where If I Can Dream, the famous 68 comeback performance, it's implied that was uh that was influenced by MLK, which I don't know, it's a little vague. It could just like that song In the Ghetto, that could just be him sympathizing with poverty in general. Elvis grew up in poverty, so it's very easy, if you have like a Howard Zinn lens on the whole thing, it's very easy to project, "Oh, yes, Elvis, the egalitarian." But I think there's a bit more to it than that. It's kind of interesting with the Led Zeppelin lawsuits recently. The whole like British band, well, I mean, I guess just white bands in general, since that seems to be the common thing, common pattern. When they describe, Zeppelin and Elvis allegedly stole black music, and so the common outlier there is they're both white musicians. And but I mean, again, stuff like that is the thing about like the black music is that stuff was probably going to stay in the South, and it was going to be this very local thing. Elvis made it mainstream, so I don't really see that as a negative. It's it's getting the message out there. So Jonathan Pohl just entered the room right here. Hey, Jonathan Pohl, check this out. Never mind. Never mind. I thought we were gonna get a surprise guest, but unfortunately, yeah. So yeah, Baz, I gotta watch more of his stuff because again, the musicals aren't really my thing. I think that's Prudentialis's bag. I might have to ask him for a rundown. I'm not gonna watch Singing in the Rain though. That's not gonna happen. I refuse. I'm sorry if that's a wedge issue too. I just don't think that's I don't think that's productive. This prize-winning pot-bellied pig. Ah, yes, my I can't even make a joke for that. I want to catch up with you guys. You guys thought Oscar, you said something. Oh, Oscar. Right after the last show, I watched Pump Up the Volume. My goodness, man. Ugh. And what is it? Ivan Neville? Is that the name? My goodness, man. That is such a I don't know if Charlemagne is still here. He talks about that infamous Thomas what is it? Thomas Crown affair. Thomas 777 Crown affair. And there's a scene in the Christian Slater movie. And I don't know. To me that was just I was replaying that song over and over again. You know what I'm talking about, Oscar? That is such a vibe. I gotta update the studio just for that movie where Christian Slater he like leans back. He leans back and he's just like pacing around the room. That is hold on, hold that thought. I gotta catch up with the rest of the chat. That was like that was the last thing that was on my mind before I went to Vegas. So I was like, I was set. Gallivant gallivanting the youth. It's so true. Okay, hold up. I don't wanna neglect sending the clowns. Okay, let me see here. The ink spots were based. David Lynch likes them. Real and true. What do we got? Do we got some updates? Do we got some live updates on the show? Hey, Mr. Burden. I'm talking to you here. I'm thinking we're back. Yo, of course, dude. Jay Burden impromptu on the show, of course, dude. You muttering, stuttering. Let me get Mr. Burden on the show. How do I do this? Yo, boomer moment. Here, let me share the link. Put that in my Google Doc. It's funny like how much how much like useless lore the Elvis movies recycle. Like when Elvis finds out that they're calling him Elvis the Pelvis, he goes, that is one of the most childish things I've ever heard a grown man say." It's like, all right, yeah, that's whoa, man. There's a lot of dude. You want to talk about the legacy of Elvis? Where do I put this? Mr. Burden, are you? Attention, Jay Burden. Aisle, aisle 777. Aisle 777. Jay Burden, where are you? Okay, here we go. Alrighty. This is the new Memphis Mafia. All right, what do we got here? What do we got here? Got all kinds of shenanigans in here. What do we got? Do some homeschooling, honestly. Let me see here. Really? Are you serious? Sinatra met. I didn't know that. Yo, Jay Burden, any parent? Okay. Getting a little sidetracked here. Oh, Fly Me to the Moon? Yeah, it's a cool song. I'm just saying. So there you go. Elvis met Kanye West. It's real. Yo, real? That's crazy. Oh, Bobby Darin. Yeah, someone was checking out someone's playlist, and I think that guy was all over it. So I think we agree on that. Mac the Knife, Aviator. Yeah, man, Aviator should be, dude. People gotta. That's got to be one of Scorsese's best films, man. It's all over the place. That is what the kids call bussin'. Real, true. Yeah, and I guess you could say The Great Gatsby is kind of similar. Yo, let's go. That's wholesome. Yeah, yeah. No, it's few know. No, stay hydrated. Stay hydrated, as Prudential says. I almost forgot the other day. What do we got? Yeah, the Beatles were the beginning of the end for America. So true. Yeah, literally a foreign influence. Coincidence? And then all that blasphemous stuff that John Lennon said. I mean, there's too many patterns there. How can you overlook that? Yeah, we're gallivanting. anyone anyone doing Down the Beatles warms my heart. It's something to think about. Brits psyoping America, so true. Yo, where's Jay Burden? Jay Burden. Okay, we're back to. Yeah, what Soundgarden song was in Pump? I don't remember that. I think because you look at all those CDs he's got. That's the other thing, man. Do we gotta? I thought we had a bunch of cassettes. Well, anyways. But yeah. No, it's such a oh my goodness. The Christian Slater pill. I'm gonna have to watch Cuffs. Did you see Cuffs? Oscar or anybody. That's what that Russian broad from the Resident Evil movies. What's her name? Mila. Song is called Heretic. I don't know if you've ever even heard about it. No, that is so, like you said, man, it's a pre-live streaming show. You know what's I don't know. Should we go down this rabbit hole? I think we're gonna lose viewers if I go down the rabbit hole. Mila Jovovich, yeah, the Fifth Element, something. Yeah, I forget. I thought she was unlikable in the Resident Evil movie, the first one. I don't know. I just didn't work for me. I don't know. I don't know. Is that like a type thing? I don't know. It's an anti-Russian bias. It's yeah, it's talk about. No, I can't even. It's not even funny. Yeah, the Resident Evil. I don't know. I kind of wanted to. I have not seen Cuffs, but Gleaming the Cube is great. Gleaming the Cube. Let me look that up. Gleaming the Cube. Missed this, but we'll be watching. Semiagog's gonna be listening to this nonsense. Were you talking about Gleaming the Cube? You know what's funny? Hold on a second. More Christian Slater and Tony Hawk. What the freaking heck? Dinner Husband. Yeah. What was that? Isn't it the guy who does the Undertaker Underworld? The Undertaker movies. The guy who does all those Triple H movies. Does all the Vince McMahon movies. What is this all about? What the heck? 1989, same year as Heathers. What the? What do we got here? Neo noir in the 80s. Neo noir, starring 16-year-old skateboarder investigating the death of an adopted Vietnamese. Yo, it's inspired by the Z Boy. What? Stacey Parada? Whoa! Oh, dude, how do I not know about this? Yo Gabba Gabba? Oh, dude, this is a bit much. This is all over the place. Oh, dude, I have to check this out. This guy was all over the place. Christian, Slater Gang, same thing. Nah, dude, he was the man. I don't understand like the Steven Dorff hype. Nah, dude, it's over. You're not gonna make it, Steven Dorff. We ride with Christian Slater. No cap. Nah, it's a little cringe because, well, actually, it's kind of perfect because Christian Slater is like he's basically playing two characters, unlike in Heathers where he's this like one-dimensional bad boy. Bleh. But in Pump Up the Volume, he's because he's this disc jockey who's like he's very flamboyant on his show, kind of like this one. But then in his regular school life, he's very introverted. So it's like he's very awkward, and even when it's very like this is very obviously like a guy wrote this script because there's this weird girl that like falls for him, which like is not real. That doesn't happen. I just think it's a little weird that like the whole high school thinks that this crass show is worth tuning into. I would understand if this was, I guess technically it is a 90s movie, so it fits. But like when Andrew Dice Clay and Chuck Leary, when all those like edgy comedians were coming to the forefront of American culture, I can understand because like you see those audience shots, and they're like in stitches over these like vulgar jokes. People who don't even look like hardcore, but they're on board with this. And so that would make a lot more sense. But in this movie, you have like these like preppy types. He's like a unifier. Christian Slater's like a unifier of the high school. And I don't know. It's kind of all over the place because like he's making fun of the whole like he's very like not on board with his parents, but then he's raving against he's ranting against the 60s. It's very, like, inconsistent, like, I don't know, and that's what the love interest, she's trying to like, "What's your end game? What are you doing with the show? Like, why are you weirded out by the fact that you have fans?" And I don't know, he's very I guess he's like a teenager, he's confused, but, um, I don't know, because he's in a very tough spot because one of his listeners passes away, and so that, it makes everything different, so I guess that would be the logic, but, he even says, like, all these all these, would-be depressed teenagers, instead of, like, destroying your high school, instead of doing something counterproductive, you gotta totally, become who you are. You gotta embrace, no, no, no. No, that's I'm projecting, but he does say, like, instead of doing, like, all this violent stuff, instead of doing all this self-harm stuff, you gotta channel the Christian Slater personality, which is a very cool message. Because in Heathers, it's like we don't have to get back into that. It's the ending doesn't the ending is all over the place, and it's a bit ambiguous as far as morality. I think, I don't know. Oscar, this is like your show now. You've basically taken over my gig. Um, anyways. Yo, we're talking about Red Letter Media. I'm thinking we're back. Yeah, they're not. Dude, where's Jay Burden, man? Jay Burden. Anyways, me and Oros were trying to narrow this down, but Red Letter Media is, not based and not religious either, which is like that's a double whammy, unfortunately. But they do kind of expose a lot of the weaknesses with the film industry, so I guess you could kind of make of that what you will. But I think Oros is convinced there is like a right Hegelian perspective on Red Letter Media. It's just not very obvious. Rich Evans. Okay. Violence. Um, yeah, it's just it's no, they're not base, but you can kind of they're like I don't know. You just have to like take advantage of their knowledge and use it for a right wing analysis. That would be the answer. Not exactly based. Yeah, always like Slater. We're so back. Completely believable. Did you ever see The Blob? Did you ever see The Blob with Kevin Dillon? The remake of the remake, I think. Not the Steve McQueen one where he plays to bring it back to Red Letter Media. Not where Steve McQueen plays a 40-year-old teenager, but Kevin Dillon plays this punk outcast. And it's I don't know, it's not really believable, but I guess I could see it. She was married to the okay. Okay, okay. They are super okay. There it is. I've never been able to get through a whole nerd crew video. I'm probably missing out on the 80s blob. Okay, yeah, yeah, that's a bit of a rare one, and Red Letter Media woke me up to it. Kick out the jams. Wait a second. Are you media hits? Which movie are you talking about? Are you telling me that was a cover? I thought that that was MC5 in the movie. No, technology is not based. It's not really based at all. It's based that I get to talk to you guys and make friends on the internet. Other than that, very cringe. You guys should look up you should search in YouTube Kai Clips. What was that episode? The very first episode 1. Kai Clips episode 1. He gives a pretty good account. Pump Up Volume. So that was oh my goodness. I didn't know that that was a cover. I thought that that was the original. Wow. Yeah, Near Dark. Yeah, me and Thomas have talked about that. Near Dark is that's the anti-Lost Boys. What's his name? Sherman McCoy on Twitter. You know, the love interests from the 80s onward has been very different. Like think about the actress in Near Dark. It just seems like you don't get that type. What's his name? Stain Haynes, who Prudentialist recently had on his show. That guy is a modern day hero, a modern day cowboy, you could say, because he's really pointing out the genocide that is happening to tomboys. Nobody talks about this. And that's the thing. Like you think about the Near Dark actress, that archetype is like non-existent. It's being swallowed up by the culture. So that's why stuff like Roe v. Wade is important. We have a stronger chance of getting a lot of these people back. The Baja singer? No. No, Richard Crook. Are you freaking kidding me? Pause. Is this like when is this like when guys think every Panamore singer or every girl in a band looks like the Panamore singer? No, dude. You're telling me this for the first time. No, that's not her. She was also in The Lawnmower Man. Yeah, okay. Yeah, she wasn't okay. I thought you were telling me that actress was in no, that would have been like, are you serious? You can make friends IRL. I'm just saying. You guys are all over the map, literally. So all girls are this. Yo, Schopenhauer pill. I remember listening. I don't know if it was Skeptical Waves, but I remember listening to that specific essay on my phone, and I was laughing. I was just laughing because it was how could you not? Dude, oh man. If we could ever play music on the show, we're gonna do a Christian Slater LARP show. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for anyone who has to see that. But we're gonna have to like put up probably some more posters on the wall. I'm gonna have to get the cassette tapes that are probably over there in my room. And we're gonna have to play Ivan Neville because and that'll be on point because it's very bluesy. It's very ambient, so that'll be something, man. If that happens, if that happens. But we'll have to get what is it? He has like a board over his switchboard. Oh my goodness. Now I gotta thank Oscar, man. Oscar. 07's for Oscar in chat. 07's for Oscar. This guy. Yo, Bryce talks metal. My goodness, my goodness. We are so yo. Yo, there we go. What the heck? Danielle? Is that the Danielle? From seeing Elvis? You mean Elvis? Yo, we're so back. Elvis. Danielle, why don't you give your thoughts in the chat? Because I'm thinking we're back. Talk about how Elvis is the only movie worth seeing for this whole year. Nah, dude, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. It is I got in trouble for using this word once, but it is extraordinary in the true sense of the word. But yeah, no, we're vibing out. Cause that's the thing about Zoomers. If we could throw a bone to Gen X, even some of the boomers. Zoomers literally look at the word musical anywhere near a movie and they think they got it all figured out. And I'm here to tell you that a musical, especially in this context, only means performances. It doesn't mean, Bryce is still in chat here. It doesn't mean Singing in the Rain, which we disavow wholeheartedly. A musical just means that there are performances. And since this is like a music channel, it would be kind of counterproductive to disavow those. But I don't even think this Elvis movie completely qualifies because it's very drama based. You would think if you watch like the first 10 minutes, it's kind of going in that direction. But I got to watch more Baz's stuff because all I got is his Romeo and Juliet, his adaptation, which I don't know if that's. You guys better be on board with that because DiCaprio is literally us, okay? We talk a lot about identity, and that is one that we're going to have to claim. And it's one of those things, again, I got to thank Obese Goth, and yo, Jay Burden. Okay, one second. One last tangent on this mountain of tangents. Zoomers have no connection to Elvis. They just reap the rewards of his legacy and apply it to bands that they do like, which you can't do that. You can't divorce the source that allowed, us to have metal, that allowed us to have rock. It all goes back to Elvis. And so it would do us a lot of good to understand where we came from. Talk about heritage would do us a lot of good. So I would recommend, even if you don't even care about the lore, and there's plenty of it. There's plenty of lore, and I thought we were the LARPers for, what's that Stanley Kubrick movie? Barry Lyndon. People who shield that movie constantly. You got it. You owe it to yourself to go check out this Elvis movie. My goodness. It's the same dynamic. It's the same thing. All right, we're bringing in Mad Dog Jay. We're bringing in Mr. Burden, who's gonna sweep women off their feet and give men some inspiration. How's that for an intro?
That's a pretty decent intro, man. Thanks for bringing me on.
Real, it's real. So
I got stream sniped like you would not believe.
Is that right?
You were live at the same time. Semiagog was live at the same time, and Mr. Mediker was live at the same time. So I had a show of one person. I talked to one guy. It worked out because if I'm going to be perfectly honest, when you say something just really, really stupid, and the other person kind of gives you rope to hang yourself with. We were talking about the progressive movement, and I was going on for like 5 minutes about how you have to understand Huey Lewis to understand the progressive movement.
Is that right?
To which Christopher Sandbach, my guest, who was very, very kind, managed to actually come up with a cohesive response to that until the chat said, "You mean Huey Long?" And he was like, "Oh, that's what you were trying to say." So I went on like an idiot for 5 minutes about how this 80s, like essentially this like 80s like pop band was really essential to understanding the New Deal. And look, I like saxophone as much as the next guy, but I felt a little bit foolish to put it mildly.
No, dude. I have to say, I think you were onto something there. I think the back of your mind was communicating with you. The Huey Lewis right Hegelian perspective is untapped, you know, and it's there's
Huey
an
Lewis
American psycho.
nationalism.
Exactly. Yeah, it is hip to be square. You know, it may not be popular, but it's important. But
So obviously I missed the meat of your guys' stream. So what was the general conclusion about the row stuff?
about oh yeah. So obviously, if you look at the letter of the law, and Thomas also applied this to Brown's Board of Education, it's actually or versus vis-a-vis. Uh, there's actually it just doesn't hold up, in the legal sense. Obviously, you've heard that, even Roe herself wasn't a fan. What's her name? RGB said that it was flimsy ground to stand on. And so, it's one of those things that even if you're on the left, you have to understand that it's not a sustainable law. And so something like this was inevitable. And it's very ironic that people who, as the Supreme Court has been completely hijacked. And so the idea that, well, they've set it up in a way to where, the culture war can basically dictate how the law is interpreted and create new laws as a result. And so it's funny that when it goes in our direction for once in decades, they don't have room to talk because they're the ones who made that the premise. So it's just, again, all it takes is a surface level research to know that, the Rose stuff. And is this going to lead to a culture war momentum? That's best case scenario, but the pro-life movement is a very, historical phenomenon. It would just the only thing specifically he said that this could apply to is homosexuality, because it's the same logic in the letter of the law. So and I think it was somebody on Turnips broadcast, so that guy who's on Gab. But anyways, he was talking about how there may even be a stronger case against the homosexuality because the wording is so, the logic is much more in that direction. So that
Yeah.
was,
So to me, and obviously, like, look, I'm not gonna contradict Thomas. He has a lot more expertise than I do. But to me, I feel like the big picture question is like, where is the seat of sovereignty? Because realistically, right, like the if we take the Schmittian definition, right, that sovereign is he who decides the exception, right? Essentially where the Constitution or the law of the land runs out. That's kind of been the role of the Supreme Court, as kind of the enforcer, And so it's interesting because I think what I'm interested to see is are we going to continue to see, like, we've had a week of wins, like is the court going to keep going that way? Or is, like we've heard rumblings, right? Is the judiciary branch essentially going to go around these rulings and basically say, like, okay, enforce it, in which case I think we see a shift in sovereignty, right? Because before, the left got all its wins through the Supreme Court. And so that was kind of the I guess, like, the source of authority, right? If that makes sense.
I'm sorry, man. I don't know if this is I
I
think you're
wasn't paying
reading, you're not even that one, but I don't know if this I'm so sorry. I just my eyes have been hijacked by the No, that's man, that only old heads will know. Only yeah, talk about this. No, but no, I hear you. Excuse me. I'm very distracted, but um Schmidt, yeah, exactly. Thank you, thank you, Brian, and all right. But
Well, it's
yeah,
interesting,
man.
right? Sorry, I can't remember the woman who is actually the I don't know the legal term, but who's involved, who was Jane Roe. She actually, I believe, I don't know if she's still alive, but I don't think she ended up getting the abortion. I think she ended up giving the child up for adoption.
Is that right?
She basically, she spent the rest of her life as a first an evangelical and later a Catholic anti-abortion activist. I don't know if she's still alive. Again, I'm not sure, but I know that at least she spent the majority of her life writing about that and kind of like I don't know.
Well, what's perfect example is I was in a Twitter space with Future Civilian or Citizen and Nightmare Vision. It was some other guys, but he was citing one of the recent biography books of one of the members of the Slits, and so some people may know that band. It's like a feminine punk band, and this member writes about what it's like. Her life post-abortion was not exactly what it was cracked up to be. And you hear stories about like starving musicians. Like that dynamic can happen to like any woman who's not doing, obviously being a musician is a very specific thing. But that's a dynamic that is relevant to, the women who are told, hey, don't worry about it. Who cares what happens? And it's funny that she's obviously like very left wing, and she's writing this down just as a story. But like if you have a right wing perspective, it's very obvious. Like, and I think it was with one of the members of the Clash too, which is strange. But it's just one of those things where like people can write down just mistakes they've made in their life, and it reveals some truths that they may not even be aware of. And so to the fact that you have somebody like Roe on the Supreme Court having that personal anecdote, it's very relevant.
Sorry, I found the Wikipedia page. Her name was Norma McCarvey, and essentially, okay. Yeah, but allegedly that's been debunked because a posthumous documentary by someone whose early life section I will most definitely not check, said that she that was all a scam. She didn't actually believe it. She was just doing it for attention. So she really was a pro-abortion secretly the whole time.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, lady. Yeah, it was Viv. Yeah, she's got those two biographies, so I don't know which one he was referring to. I'm assuming it's the most recent one. But yeah, it's again, you could pile on the anecdotes of like this is obviously not worth it. And there's plenty of ways to avoid keep yourself out of harm's way. So sorry about that, Daniel. I forgot you were let me verify this. Oh, this is a different excuse me. I thought you were the other Daniel. Excuse me. I'm told that that's rude, but let me catch up. I'm a little behind here. What do we got? So as much for disavowing. Yeah, we're disavowing Singing in the Rain. That's non-negotiable. Let me see here.
This might be my most controversial opinion, but every single musical is bad except for My Fair Lady. There's not a single exception to that rule.
You may be right. I might have to agree because it's just not in my wheelhouse. It's very, I don't know, maybe the producers for obvious reasons. But
look, Ace, I come on your show, say things that I haven't fully thought through, and then fight them to the death. So I've said this, and now I'm gonna fight it to my last breath. I completely believe that is the only good musical.
Thoughts on Gone with the Wind? Yeah, that's based. It's very based, and trad and red pilled. So
I actually I like that movie a lot. I think it's like I'm not the biggest like prestige film person, but I mean it's I think it's captivating. So I'm a big fan.
What's funny is I remember Cassandra Fairbanks on Twitter was really going hard on supporting Birth of a Nation, because what's really interesting about that movie is if you just look at it from a historical perspective, like that was like so groundbreaking for that time. There's that famous shot at the beginning where you see all the soldiers at war. I mean, nobody was doing that back then. And I don't know, I probably shouldn't even say this, but like Triumph of the Will, for example, like nobody was putting cameras in planes before that. Okay. So
you realize you just committed the progressive version of saying I only listen to gangster rap for the beats.
Well, listen, hold on. Wait a second. No, hold on a second. Actually, I think I take that back. I think Howard Hughes put cameras in his movies in the sky. So excuse me on that. Excuse me on that part. But people have to understand from a technical point of view that there is so much, like, you can't overlook the European genius that was happening in the film industry. And it's not just simping for what's her name? Lenny Riefenstahl or whatever. Like, we're talking about a whole genre of movies that Zoomers don't even understand because they're in black and white. And they have no connection to like how we were even able to get to like CGI, schlock. There was a point in time where like if you wanted to do Ben-Hur or the Cleopatra movie, you literally had to get like hundreds of extras to show up on set. And it probably looked terrible, but it was real. It was authentic. It's people just totally overlook the fact that even all these controversial movies, what's funny, you look at like reviews of Triumph of the Will, and it's like, okay, disclaimer before we get into the movie, this is like obviously like an evil dictatorship, and this was during the 1940s, during a very political time. Okay, that being said, this is the best cinematography I've ever seen in my life, and you're lying to yourself if you don't know how groundbreaking it was. And you just don't get that kind of honest analysis in a lot of stuff today. All you see is like people just like, what the common critique is, Birth of a Nation is this racist movie. But, look, listen, folks, can we watch a lot of the stuff and just, can we just like, we're going to go going full boomer right now and gonna say, can't we just like watch our movies and be left alone? Can we not go back to a more primitive time? I think a lot of that is kind of gone by the wayside, I think go for it.
Honestly, I think that Birth of the Nation is probably my favorite thing about Woodrow Wilson. I don't really like much about that man, but he showed that at the Oval Office, and that's good enough for me, right?
There you go. No, I think Thomas is actually pretty sympathetic to Wilson than most people might think. But yo, Waterloo, thank you, Brandon. Yeah, Waterloo. People just, again, I know how Zoomers think. I understand. They literally turn their brains off because it's like 5 decades old. They think it's like that whole thing where like Nirvana is now classic rock. It's like classic rock. That's the 90s weren't that long ago, but because like we keep going more and more decades from it, like Lil Nas, what is it? What's that? Lil Peep is going to be classic rock because we're going to be living in like 2050. You know what I mean? You can't have that. It's not sustainable. You gotta like confront the fact that, yeah, this stuff is old, but like there's some stuff in there for all of us. It's not just exclusive to the time period that it's in. But anyways, that was very off topic, but it's very disappointing. My Zoomers are letting me down, man. If Lightyear gets a bigger box office than Elvis, then we're taking an L. Okay, we're gonna have to fully endorse Gen X. I'm gonna give the show to Semiagog, and I'm just gonna tell him, you do what you want, because I tried to go with these Zoomers, and they can't even watch a movie for on 123movies.com. This is ridiculous, man. You can't click the play button 10 times. You can't have anime ads and like porn ads pop. Listen, man, just watch the movie, okay? This is normal. You just got to keep watching it, okay? These people, man, they can't even say what they are, which is being the tech generation. They completely fail us. So very disappointing. But anyways. Anyways, sorry about that. We're a little off the goop here. Yeah, dude, Danielle, see, you're so right. It's over. It's over for Zoomers. I mean, I didn't see The Northman, so I'm actually being a hypocrite right now. But listen, we'll get the Peacock subscription. We'll pull on 123.civ. We'll do free movies 100.
So Ace, I don't know if you remember, but I think this is maybe the first or second time we ever spoke. But I admitted to you my like horrible lack of movie knowledge. Just like massive movies that I've missed. And so I've kind of been fixing that, and I hit two Gen X classics back to back. I watched Big Lebowski and Pulp Fiction both for the first time just recently.
Really, for the first time?
Yeah, I completely missed those.
That's wild. What are your thoughts? What are your first impressions? on either.
So I find Quentin Tarantino incredibly irritating. Like I can't stand him. That said, Samuel L. Jackson and John Travolta have so much charisma that they kind of carry it for me. The Big Lebowski was really fun. I had John Goodman in that is hilarious. Like just
Yeah.
just the moment he pulls out a gun in a bowling alley, like
No,
that just
he's
killed me.
our favorite Jew. That's our
I
favorite right
yeah.
there. So
Uh,
no hate, no hate. But
but point being, I did think it was interesting just because it did kind of feel like the distillation of Gen X, the movie, kind of being like kind of specifically about like, slacker culture and kind of like I guess just generally like, I don't know, kind of performing at the bare minimum in life. And so I thought it was interesting from that perspective. It was a good movie. I see why people like it, but I also think that people like want to be the dude, and I don't think that's a good thing to do.
right. Yeah, I don't know how many people walk away with that because that is very interesting. It is a very Gen X movie. Um, it's also an anti-neocon movie, which took me a long time
Yes,
to
true.
figure out. I didn't understand that Mr. Lebowski is supposed to look like Dick Cheney, but now it's like it's
Yeah,
really
it's pretty.
obvious.
my
It's
my
so
point is, and it's because at least from my perspective, right? Like Big Lebowski's kind of like one of the frat boy classics, So at least at like every frat house has a Big Lebowski poster, or something like that, So I think
it's a
that it's
little
similar to.
it's a little
Sorry.
too smart for them, isn't it?
Well, yes, I think that it is if you go through it with a 105 plus IQ, but I think that it's a very easy movie to kind of take at surface level, if that makes sense. Similar to like the people who kind of completely unironically, like literally me at like American Psycho or something like that. Like obviously like the meme is kind of you're not supposed to. But my point is like I think that it's one of those movies that has an easy kind of first reading, right?
Right. Um, see, maybe because I haven't like Big Lebowski is one of those movies that like I don't know what other people are thinking when they watch that because to me it's like I don't think there is like a good character. I guess besides Donnie. That's one of those things. It's like the whole movie is like chaos. It's like none of I get that it's like mocking the original noirs because it's like that kind of a mystery, but like I don't like really anybody in that movie. It's just like to me it's the scenarios are kind of what make it. And so I can't imagine people walking away and being like, yeah, here's why this character is actually like on the money. I just can't imagine. But
Here's the thing. I'll put it this way. You see a lot of quotes from the dude in like shitlib's bios on Twitter. Like I think you'd be surprised.
okay, maybe that's it because I have a teacher who always quotes that movie and he's like based on what he says, he's like very libertarian leaning. So I can imagine like that ideology, you know, absorbs that movie. But I'm kind of at a disadvantage because a lot of people seems like a lot of people I know haven't seen it. So I'm kind of the odd one out. But
Well, and I think too because uh my parents and their friends are kind of in prime Big Lebowski like territory. Like they would have been at just the right age. So I think that I've around a lot of people for whom it was formative, if that makes sense.
okay. That's interesting. Yeah,
And
maybe
sorry, I
maybe.
don't mean to just get like mired and like
No,
esoteric.
no.
What I really meant to say is that I watched both of those movies that are like things I should have seen years ago, and I really enjoyed both of them. Right?
Yeah. That's probably one of those movies I've seen like the most out of anything, like Goodfellas and Pulp Fiction. So it's like I've run out of things to like say about it. I don't know exactly what else. But yeah, no, that is interesting. And maybe there needs to be a shift in like the like go to Gen X diet. I'm kind of looking forward to like a new catalog for for people to kind of binge and like rewatch whenever it's on TV, no matter what part it's at. It's kind of been an echo chamber for a long time, so I'm curious what we have to look forward. Yo, American Populace, good to see you in here, man.
Oh yeah, I had a good time talking to him. I've been really slacking with scheduling. Some stuff changed, and I just have not been on top of it because I really want to bring him on my show because we had a good conversation.
You know what's funny? Since you just watched Big Lebowski, because that movie's kind of like easily accessible, not like high stakes. I think since everyone's talking about it in chat, you might be interested to check out Dazed and Confused, since it's
all right. I'll add that to my list.
It's one of those movies where like there's like no story, and that's what makes it kind of cool. It's like just dropping you in this time period, and then it's like it's the last day of school, and so everyone's getting ready for summer break, and all these characters like cross paths at this party, cross paths, getting involved in these shenanigans, and so it's less of a plot driven story and more just living vicariously through these people. That should be the literally me genre, but I don't think a lot of Zoomers relate to that Gen X. It's funny, it's like a Gen X movie and it's about the 70s, so there's all these degrees of separation for Zoomers, but that's again, like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood just recently came out. That needs to like continue, because you see a lot of stuff like It Follows is another example. Again, just put a bunch of young people in front of a camera and just, I know that's a little cringe. Like, oh, just see what they do. But like having this like low stakes plot, I feel like breathes a little bit of life into it. So it's a lot easier to kind of get people to just check that out. And it's, again, you tell people to watch like a sci-fi or something specific, it's very polarizing. But something like that, to bring it back to Tarantino, he says, it's a hangout movie. You just put it on and you don't really pay attention, but it's comforting in a weird way. It's really hard to describe, but
well, it is like there are movies where it's almost like and it's almost dumb to say, but it is an atmosphere movie, right?
Yeah, exactly. There it is.
And so like I like that. I don't know. To me, like if a movie kind of takes me someplace, it's like you can almost get me through anything at that point. If you kind of get me over the like suspension of disbelief hump, it's kind of like, I don't know, at least the thing that kind of determines, how much I enjoy a film.
Yeah. You know what? I take that back. The next movie you have to see, thank you, Danielle, you should watch Natural Born Killers, so that you can really get into like a nice uplifting mood. That's like a nice like shock value movie, and I'd be curious to see how you respond to that, because it's like a hot potato movie. It's like you kind of have to like think on instinct to really grasp it. So I think
all right, well, fair. It's actually funny because I meant to watch this movie, but every time, and this happened like 2 or 3 times, I went to watch it. I was at my friend's house, and his PlayStation would crash. I mean, to the point where we started to get really paranoid about it, because like would like it was the app we were using. It just crashed all the time, but it would be like fine. You could start like 3 movies, and like, all right, like the app's working. And then you'd go to start Natural Born Killers, and the whole console would die. And after a while, we're like, I don't know. I think God's trying to tell us something if we watch this movie. I think reality just blinks out, which is stupid, right? Like I want to watch it, but it was one of those things. Like it was next on my list, and then it just kind of like dropped, right?
It's so frustrating, the whole like trying to be comfortable while watching the movie, because stuff like that should be like against the law. The whole like the paranoia during like watching it, the viewing experience should not be interrupted. I'm even against like intermissions, because it's like, no, like even something like The Hateful Eight was infamously like really long, like 2.5 hours or something, and there was an intermission because it's expected. But I don't know. I feel like just watching a whole thing like raw like that is like the intent. And like I just can't imagine a director like being okay with like all this. It's easy to get more detached and like remove yourself from the experience. So I don't know. That might be like the romantic part of my brain, but I know what you mean. Like I know Nick makes fun of the whole like you're gonna watch a movie on your dirty laptop on 1, 2, 3 movies. It's like, yeah, I am. I literally am, because that's where you get the archive at, and you can make it similar to like a theater experience. But yeah, I the ads and stuff, that is like criminal. That is there should be like a penalty for that kind of like interruption. It's so criminal. It goes against the whole thing. But anyways.
See, I just work off of playing torrent roulette and downloading a file from Pirates Bay that's roughly the same size. And half the time it's the
Yes.
movie, and the other half the time it's just roulette, But I like to live dangerously, I guess. So
No, dude, I'm with you, man. Like literally, what happens if your computer gets a virus? Like what happens?
well, I'll put it this way: I used to be very, very. I should also clarify, as you probably figured out, I am borderline illiterate when it comes to technology. So this is not the right answer. This is the answer that I go with. But I have several times gotten malware, and it's been just like weird, like looping ads or something like that. But like the idea that like a virus is like something in a movie where you get a virus and your computer explodes is kind of ridiculous. Like you figure out how to get rid of it, which normally means you pretend that you're going to pay for some antivirus software, run it on your computer, and then delete it and don't pay for it. At least in my experience, right?
Okay. Yeah, I remember I had a laptop that I think like the home browser got corrupted, and so that was like the worst. That was like the worst thing. I also had like my what do you call it? The clicker. The clicker had like this this like CGI effect on the mouse when it would slide across the screen. So again, I'm supposed to be more careful, of course, but again, I thought you just like click on links and like there's no consequences. So, clearly there's more to the internet than that, I guess. But whatever, man, whatever. It's a little thing called like watching movies. It's a little thing called we just trial and error. We you know, we'll think about it
It's
later, I
funny.
guess.
I have two computers. I have a laptop which is incredibly busted, and then I have a more like high end PC I built, kind of top of the line, like a few years ago. But it's funny because I was having this issue for like a year and a half, where my PC was overheating, and I knew exactly what it was. The fan wasn't working, but it was working enough. Like it worked like 80% of the time. It's like whatever. I just won't fix it.
No,
And it is
that's
a
me.
miracle that this machine still works because I have abused it so terribly. And I finally went to Amazon and bought a stupid $15 fan, and it runs great. I should have done it like a year and a half ago. But honestly, like I feel bad because I have a ton of mechanical sympathy when it comes to certain things. But like anything digital, I'm like, whatever, it'll be fine. Work it harder. And my like the very expensive piece of technology I built is just suffering needlessly, right? It's stupid.
There you go. There you go. Subject to change. Are you unironically smoking weed in chat? That's very cringe. I'm gonna have to disavow that if you're actually, I can't tell if you're joking or not, but I'm gonna have to verify that with you because if we were in a movie theater right now, I would ask you to leave. I would seat E number 3, you're gonna have to be escorted out immediately. Yeah, this is a family friendly channel. We gonna have to do a oh, here we go. Here we go. Richard Crook. Which Richard Crook? What Skid Row song is that? I can't. Is that with Baz? I think I would. I think I would remember that, but can't imagine. Um, what do we got? True Romance. Yeah, True Romance is like a normal movie I would recommend you to watch, but I'm not gonna do that. So it's a little too normal. Let me see here. Um. Marshall Ford. Marshall Ford. Big Lebowski is about how nihilism and degeneracy brought down a brilliant man. Well, I don't know if he was brilliant to begin with. There is something to be said about the nihilism part, since there's literally nihilists in the movie. That's a bit on the nose. But yeah, Oh, that's right. Okay, since you saw it, what was that scene where um what is it? When they're talking about, they said that they were nihilists. They said that they believed in nothing. And what does John Goodman say about say what you want about the tenets of National Socialism. At least it's an ethos, So I guess we're comparing and contrasting the philosophy of nihilism to Hitlerian philosophy. I not very common in the modern zeitgeist, but I guess something to think about. What were the Coen brothers trying to communicate with that? Thomas. Yeah, I know, Danielle. He said he's gonna see it with his dad. So I'm thinking we're back. I'm thinking we're Elvis pilled. Goes to watch Dances in the Rain. No, I'm not watching. It's Singing in the Rain. Guy doesn't even know what movie I'm talking about. Come on, Brian. You're gonna have to catch up. Jay Spaceballs. Okay, boomer moment. We're gonna have to disavow Spaceballs for the fan base alone.
No, I completely agree. Like it's a fine movie, but the people who enjoy it are so insufferable that it's like squeezed any joy out of it. It's like when you hear something quoted ad nauseum, it's like, look, like I'm gonna be honest, I thought the Szechuan sauce was kind of funny the first time too, but good lord, now it's the like you're dancing on the frigging McDonald's counter flossing, and it's just like, ugh, go away.
Now, oh my goodness. Stop the presses. It really doesn't matter what movie I recommend you because you've already seen the best one. You've already seen, thanks to the evidence in the Oros Discord, you've already seen Freddy Got Fingered, which is
I'm so glad that you've seen that movie because you're the only other person I've met who's seen that.
Listen, man. Okay, someone asked if Red Letter Media was based. Okay, the analysis of that movie is essential viewing, because you really that is the old Natural Born Killers. I was trying to get that out of you, but the real litmus test is how does someone react to Freddy Got Fingered. That one's the real. I can't imagine you still stay friends after doing that one, but I don't know. Maybe look, man. People need to like put their like nuance meter on when they watch that, because it might be like a brilliant, like a philosophically brilliant movie. I just I don't know. I don't know the intent. That's the whole question. Is Tom Green, is he thinking like the whole story through, or is it just chaos? I can't tell. But I don't know, man. There's a lot of hints. There's a lot of hints throughout the whole movie with the I mean, the way it starts off with him laughing at his comic, it's like, there has to be some intention behind that. It can't just be random stuff. I just recently remembered the girlfriend. I totally forgot. I don't know how I could, but I forgot about that character altogether. And it's really something.
I feel so bad for that poor actress. And honestly, that's like the horror of it, is I can't tell if she's in on the joke or not.
Well, I don't know.
Because if she's laughing with it, like, oh, it's funny. But if they're forcing this poor actress to, and I won't spoil the movie. Like, you guys
by all
watch
means.
it with a group, please. Watch it with a group. But that poor woman goes. I mean, and look, I think everyone has to go through it. No one came out of that looking good, but that poor woman. I bought you some jewels.
That's right, the jewels. She doesn't want the jewels, man. That's not what it's about. It's very romantic in a way. It's very, it's a little compelling to tell you. And
it reminds me of a debate we had in Prudentialist chat, actually.
A debate?
No, I was joking.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the reason Prudentialist's open chat got shut down.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's okay. Yeah. Is that backup, by the way? I
don't know. At least at the very least, I've not been invited back. I think he probably just canned it because it was going nowhere fast.
Yeah, I can't imagine. We're missing out on a lot of insight by because Yeah. Oh, dude, so true. Zoomer. Yeah, exactly.
See,
What else?
actually, American Populist, I both agree and disagree with you because I think that the NPC thing is true, but also I think that there's so much variance between Zoomers. Like there's so many weird subcultures that you can fall into very easily that like I both agree with you and also like the there has never been a less unified culture generationally, right? Like
Us?
yeah, I definitely think so. I think that like
Hmm.
you can make
Maybe.
broad claims about Zoomers, but I think that like there's so many like weird micro niches to fit into, like with music, with anything, right? That I think that like, well, I guess I agree that they are a rarity who like want to get movies and want to like put more into it, but like I don't know, man. It's like the freaking Liechtenstein of generations. There's just like a ton of like micro cultures. There's nothing like I don't know. At least from my perspective, there doesn't seem to be any like one unifying Zoomer culture, past like SpongeBob, right?
Right, right. And even, like bass guitarist reminds me. It might even technically be like a millennial thing, but I disavow that. We're claiming ownership of SpongeBob. There's no way we can't have that one. I just can't imagine.
Well, anyway, man, thank you so much for bringing me on. It's pretty late on the East Coast, and I'm fading fast, but it was good to talk to
No,
you,
no
man.
problem, no problem.
All right,
No,
well,
I
I'll see you guys
understand.
later.
Thank you, man.
Good
Thank you,
night.
Jay. I appreciate it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
definitely, dude. All right, good night.
Man, oh man. Mr. Burden. Can't say enough nice things. This show has been going on for like my whole life, my entire life. We're talking. Okay, thank you. Subject to change. See, my voice is going out. Subject to change. Okay, dude. Dude. You're not gonna make it if you continue this. Please, I'm begging you, man. Please. Yo, Juliet and the Licks. You know what's funny? Juliet Lewis. She was in She was a disc jockey in GTA 4. What was that called? Broker? Does anybody remember the Geo was reminding me about the Vice City ads. My goodness, who remembers that? Um but Juliet Lewis, she was it's funny, I was on TV, they were just showing Cape Fear, the Cape Fear remake, which is a little all over the place, but it's fun. It's a nice fun movie, especially for Scorsese. But Scruffy Brad. Oh, you're talking about a California with a K? Danielle, did someone someone probably already said it, right? It's California. Yeah, that's a weird movie. It's a little bit like True Romance. Man, I can't believe my right-hand man, Vingel. My right-hand Zoomer, Vingel. I was gonna tell him. I guess I'll tell you guys since you're here. I was gonna tell him in the Elvis movie they played Poke Salad Annie. Gator got your granny. And I had a little moment with Vingel, man. It's like, where is he to witness this sight to behold? But we'll tell him. We'll let him know. We'll let him. I got Jonathan Pohl right here though. Hey, right everyone. Let me see if I can. My dog is running away from the show. Yeah. What else? 90s. We already talked about To Die For, Nicole Kidman, but it's another one. How about what's funny? What's that Johnny Depp movie with Christopher Walken? It takes place in L.A. They kidnap his daughter. Oh my goodness, what's that movie called? Nick of Time. Nick of Time. You know what's funny about that movie is kind of in the background. They because this is early '90s L.A. Um, they have like a speaking event because it's like a political conference, and the conference is how is multiculturalism affecting the city? That's the panel, and it's just so funny because it's again, it's not like it's not key to the story really, but the fact that that was a bit distracting watching it the first time. And what's funny? I can't tell if that movie is supposed to be like it's kind of a comedy. The whole, that scene. I don't know. Is this like a spoiler? You know that scene where you find out that her husband is in on the assassination, and my goodness. So you remember that scene where yeah, the husband, it's like a dream-like sequence. They're like killing everybody in the room, and then he like jumps off a balcony. It's like it's so cartoonish, but it's played like a drama. I don't know if this is like the 90s cachet. I wasn't there, but it's a very strange thing. Dog, yeah, dog hasn't seen it. Pretty crazy, man. The young. Oh man. Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix and Casey Affleck, like they're like at a junkyard and he's like smashing just car windows. They're trying to show you just how down the totem pole they're at. That's funny. Can't even get to the half of the places. That's funny. Man, oh man. That's funny, Brian. Brad hanging out with that. What the? Danielle, I can't even translate what you just wrote. Hanging out with that war crimes lawyer lady. What? Having what? Vingle is a Zoomer? Oh, that's good. That's good, Oscar. That's funny. Wait, hold on a second. Subject to change. Scenes went from being located in physical locations to being located in internet subcultures. Ah, okay. So like making money off of something authentic, but it costs something. That's a little more closer to a local culture than that's interesting. Danielle doesn't even know. Many such cases. George Clooney wife. I'm even more lost now. That's pretty funny. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, now I get it. That was such a mess. Oh. My goodness. But yeah, check out. Check out the Elvis movie. I'm thinking we're Elvis pilled. And Frank Sinatra represents the bourgeois New York. I mean, we do support urbanites, but I feel like Frank Sinatra really communicates this it's really like sick obsession. Really like idolatry. It's like boomer idolatry is what Frank Sinatra represents. I don't think Elvis can. I mean, we're calling him the king. I hope that's not like heretical, but I mean, we're talking about like a genre. He's like he's at the helm of the genre, not like in this religious way. So, that's why I have to be critical of Sinatra. It's a different dynamic, you see. And I know they did that one performance together. That makes things a bit more complicated. People are gonna think they're one and the same. I don't think so. But yeah. I'm trying to think if there was anything is there anything else that was kind of cringe besides like the MLK stuff, besides segregation? What was it was kind of interesting. That Trouble performance, what was going through my head during that scene? His like animated performance was really like Jim Morrison. It was like a Jim Morrison show. Or the Doors, I mean. And the fact that you have the band in the background, But I mean, Elvis is like dominating the screen, and it's a very similar dynamic, Jim Morrison and Elvis. But I think Jim Morrison was a bit more kind of embraced that side of it more so than Elvis. I don't know. Then again, Jim Morrison never made movies. I don't know. That's kind of up in the air. Yo, have a great 4th of July. That's right. That's this weekend. My goodness. My goodness. Yeah, have a great 4th of July to the incredible, incredible. What else? I'm trying to think. It's kind of interesting how they introduced Priscilla. I don't know if that's a spoiler. A little more I don't know. I disagree, Danielle. They did talk about Germany. I mean, he was there, and that's where he meets Priscilla, famously. I don't know, it's kind of funny. She's like kind of has like that Nicole Kidman performance in that scene. She's like she's dominating the scene rather than Elvis. That was kind of cool though. What else? Oh, you know what's funny with the guns? The whole thing with his paranoia. I thought that was clever how they introduced that. How he's sort of hallucinating. That's why. See, this film is really kind of a psychedelic thriller. That's the kind of thing. Remember when he goes into the Hall of Mirrors, all the mirrors at the circus, and that's where he meets the colonel. See, a scene like that, and then a scene like the gun scene where he's paranoid. Those are kind of like one in the same. This sort of kind of like a dizzying experience. It almost feels like a dream. It almost feels like that Nick of Time scene. So there's some of that in there for sure. I don't know if that's a theme in Baz's movies because I've only watched like the Romeo and Juliet one. It's funny, we were talking about Australia that one time, that like Broadway movie, also with Nicole Kidman. Man, we can't escape the degrees of Nicole Kidman. Here, let me see if oh, you can't even see because of the message. Oh, because of my yeah. Man, Vinigal's not here to Vingal thought my dog's name was Jonathan Poole. Unfortunately, that's not the case, but that was wholesome. That was a wholesome moment. Here, I'm being a little autistic here. Yo, dog moment. I'm trying to not hold her in a very uncomfortable way. Nah, that's Yo, Manone's in chat. Let's go. Yeah, I remember Jonathan Pohl. So true. And it's so true. All right. All right. All right. Oh man. She doesn't know what she wants. She doesn't know if she wants to leave the room. I opened the door, but it's all over the place. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, yeah. Dog intermission? Yeah, we do a little. It's called we do a little dog intermission. Ace cleaned his room. Well, I have the cameras. You can't really see my desk. That's the thing. Never addressed Linda, his girlfriend. Wait a second. Am I thinking of the John Carpenter movie? Do they not? Well, hold on a second. Don't you see her? Yeah, yeah. Remember when they're backstage? It's like the very beginning of the movie. Oh, dude, that sequence, my goodness. I'm gonna watch it again because it's. But you see him with this girl, and I don't know. It's clearly not like a groupie. It's more of like a. You can kind of tell they're together. I think that was Linda. Lana Del Rey. Oh, that would have been kind of. That's kind of funny. That's interesting. Well, Lana Del Rey, what's her deal? She's got like she's covering Blue Velvet. She has that music video that's, just like the movie. That's strange. She's got the 50s aesthetic. Yeah, that's interesting. I might have to steal that, Daniela, if you don't mind. Yeah, psychedelic. Yeah, yeah. Snapple Apple. What would Elvis think of his daughter marrying Michael Jackson? That's kind of fitting. They're both marrying people who went crazy. Their dads went crazy. Yeah, Elvis, a populist hero. A populist hero. How generous Elvis was. Yeah, there's a story where Brandon. Very applicable to anyways. There's a story when Elvis is getting on the plane to go to the White House. He has like $500 for like gas and food, just standard food for the trip. And he meets this veteran on the plane. And apparently one of his Memphis Mafia roadies is he has the money. So Elvis, after having a conversation with the veteran, he goes to the guy and says, "Hey, can I have all the money we got?" And the guy's like, "No, wait a second, man. What are you gonna? Are you serious? Are you really gonna?" And he gives the veteran on the plane. He's like, "Yeah, this guy, he just told me his story, and I'd like to do this nice thing." So he literally gave them all their money. And it's like, hey, we'll worry about it later. He's Elvis. They can get money, but stuff like that. If that's true, it's just one of those things, one of those lore stories. She looks exactly. Yeah, that is kind of. I don't know. I'd be kind of distracted. I like the actress they got. Who was she? I think you said earlier, like, doesn't look like her, but it works. It works. What do we got here? Yeah, Olivia. Oh, dude, the Rosetta Tharpe, Sister Rosetta. My goodness, man. Forgot about that too. Yeah, for those that don't know, before Chuck Berry, there was Sister Rosetta. She would shred with the choir girls. And another like Christian rock moment. Yeah, I don't even know. I have to think of, I think my friend on Discord for even introducing me to that. He was kind of into the 50s stuff. Who's that other guy? Lightning Hopkins. Man, there's a lot of cool lore with a lot of those blues guys and girls, Sister Rosetta. Yeah, she was, I mean, you should look that up. Just look up her. There's a compilation of like all her shredding. It's like, man, this is before Chuck Berry. So it's stuff like that, a lot of Zoomers are out of the loop. Total populace, total populace victory. Total Elvis victory. Gonna rewind and listen to the beginning. That's interesting. Okay, I see what's going on. Yo, intermission check. Nah, I'm not. I almost blues pill. There you go. Yeah, I did take the blue pill. Few understand. Whitney Houston's mom? I don't know. I don't know if that's true. Oh man, this is the longest show. This is the longest show on this channel, including the one that got taken down. My goodness. Thelma Houston. Man, oh man. Yeah, what's on the agenda for this show? I think we're gonna reach out to Carlsbad. I haven't been reading his stuff, so let me think. Paul Fahrenheit's another person we got to reach out to. That'll be for his podcast, and then I'm trying to bring some we're gonna try and do some music content for you guys, maybe on another platform. We'll see what happens, but we're gonna be taking another trip to Vegas, and maybe we'll seal the deal. But let me think. What else is on the agenda? Danielle, is this your first time in the chat? I'm pretty good at remembering people. I was trying to remember some of the people in chat during the Vegas trip. Maybe I should have went Baked Alaska mode and did some IRL shenanigans. Nah, I can't even imagine doing that kind of content. That's Thomas talked about doing that before in Chicago. So yeah, that he would definitely have a tough time, but I guess we could do Carlsbad next. Carlsbad. Let me think. Who's another person? I don't know. It seems like Gio's kind of busy. Seems like Gio's a busy body. Let me think. Wasn't there someone else we were gonna reach out to? Oh, we got to get Garak back. It's been a while. Garak with the commentary, man. He's been translating one of Paul Gottfried's books. My goodness. So yeah. Gonna have to listen to Ivan Neville again because I'm kind of in a similar situation as the pre-Vegas night. So we'll probably do that. What else? What else are we thinking here? I might have to use OBS. I think that's what most people use, not on YouTube. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure that out. I used to try to figure it out, but that was a while ago. I had a green screen back. I was borrowing a friend of mine's green screen. Maybe I'll have to do that. Be like everybody else. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe. Let me think. I think that's everything. I think that's everything for the house cleaning. I think this was one of our peak viewerships too, which was kind of odd. I gotta work around everyone's schedule. I don't want to stream snipe anybody. I thought Thursday was a safe day because AA is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But then everyone else has the same idea. So maybe Friday's more safe. I don't know. Prudentialist has a pretty consistent schedule, so I think about that. Uh-oh. 1 second. Another intermission. Awesome stream. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Trouble. Yeah, let me take this time before I forget. Trouble, Lady of Shallot. This was like ladies' night on the show. Daniela and Lady dominating the chat. This is Women's Hour on Loud Sound Epicenter. The new Women's Hour. Who else? I can't even see anybody else because it's all women. Manone, Mr. Size, Richard Crook. What else we got? Oscar, of course. Brandon, Richard, or Media Hits. What do we got? I'm having like FOMO from not seeing the Elvis movie tonight. Subject to change. Vingel from earlier. Bell Curve. Who's never seen Spaceballs? Good for you. Straight. Rose McGowan movie about a crime spree. I'm not quite sure. Is that like Spun? Brian, subject to change. I'm repeating a lot of names. What else we got? King Ralph. King Ralph keeps getting brought up. What else we got? Yeah, man. I can't think of another show that is like this. Truly extraordinary. Truly. Pilus? Oh yeah, he was asking questions. Pilus, what is it? Cassettes. What else we got in here? Tomboy's Gone on an unrelated but similar topic. Butch women are all but gone. They're all, yeah. Well, I don't know. That's kind of an improvement. Like, that aesthetic, I don't think we were missing. Streaming on Russia. Yeah, that's right. We gotta fix the times. Sometimes. Am I not even speaking into the mic properly? My goodness. What else we got? I need others to tell me. Oh, that's funny. Okay. All right. Rose McGowan film is The Doom Generation. Is that right? Is that right? What else? What else did I recently see? Besides Oscar on the mind. What else we got? What else? But we'll wrap up here. We'll wrap up our longest stream. Didn't we get? Let me see. Let me check something. Because we try to we try to it's called we do a little promotion. Oh, here we go. You know what's funny is Jailhouse Rock. Jailhouse Rock, you kind of think of the Elvis movies as this very cartoony thing, but that movie kind of gets into the corruption of the music industry. I don't know if it's specifically RCA, but it seems like that one was kind of ahead of its time. And again, this is 50s Elvis, so kind of goes to prove the dichotomy between the 60s versus the 50s. Maybe you could say like the 60s corrupted Elvis in a very like corporate way. You could kind of use that angle. And then the 70s kind of more the same, albeit in a different way. That one was like a kind of like a physical. I remember Barack Obama was tweeting, you know, if you look at like the fat Elvis pictures, it's actually a lot healthier than well, besides the drugs. That's actually a lot healthier than a lot of Americans today. And so it's kind of a warped standard to compare, you know, unhealthy lifestyle or unhealthy behavior. But so yeah, I guess what we're really shilling is 50s Elvis. So because maybe if I try a little too hard, we're gonna be getting into some gray territory with the whole, you know, Hawaii Paradise, girls, girls, girls. Then it gets a little more complicated. Oh, that's the one that Thomas recommended. Yeah, I'll have to watch those. Again, that's another thing specifically with Zoomers. You can imagine them just taking like a glance at a lot of those Elvis movies, and it's a bit you can imagine why it'd be polarizing. But hey, you know, did any of you guys see Top Secret with Val Kilmer? There's kind of like your ironic twist on that whole genre. Maybe that can be like the unifier. That can be like the halfway point for Zoomers. Because that one's like a parody of the like World War II movies and Elvis. So drugs and peanut butter banana sandwich. Yo, this guy knows the lore. Thank you, Media Hits. I remember I was watching an interview with Martin Sheen, and he was talking about how Elvis was never really like a political musician. And his favorite song, or like one of his favorites, was In the Ghetto because it addressed the social climate. But he said that, you know, why didn't Elvis talk more about that stuff? Because I think the answer is it's kind of antithetical. If you've ever seen that interview of him, either before or right after the army, they try to press him on it, and he just gives a non-answer. So, is Graceland trip imminent? Probably. I didn't know that Graceland used to be like a church. So that's kind of interesting. Elvis the Entertainer versus Elvis the Singer. Yeah, that is true. But I don't think Elvis was really into the whole like comedies. That's also mentioned in the movie. The director's taking what's that one goofball one? Blue Hawaii, probably. The director's taking it like so seriously, and it's like you look at the plot of this movie, and it's laughable. Oh, are you serious? You know what's funny is Trump Tower in Las Vegas is also in a kind of a rough area. It's kind of ironic, although it's kind of fitting. Man, so black-pilled when Elvis got fat. That might be symbolic. That might be maybe it was like a performance artist. Hey, he's like an entertainer. It's that's kind of funny. Yeah. Elvis wanted to do serious roles, and he kind of did with what was that last one? What's the last one? It's a Western. What is the last Elvis movie he did? My goodness. Somebody, anybody. It's a one word. It's a one word. Oh, please. Charo. There it is. 1969. Charo, and he's like a cowboy. He's got like a beard, basically. Thank you, Oscar. There you go. There you go. Oh, that's right. That's right, lady. Yeah, Star is Born. Opposite Streisand. Ugh. Imagine that. Maybe that would have been like From Here to Eternity with what's his name? Christopher Reeves. Or one of the Reeves. There's two Reeves. Superman. Forget which. I think it's Christopher Reeves. That didn't go over so well because he was typecasted. I wonder if that would have happened with Elvis. But I'm not sure. Go for your wiki partner. So true. Man, I don't know. I can't really tell what I think of the Colonel. Because he did kind of make Elvis. That's the double-edged sword. He made him, but then he was like really strict. So I don't know. Bit on the fence. I don't know if anybody here read that tell-all. I don't know if you guys consider that like a betrayal. His Memphis Mafia crew, I think it was the cousins. They got fired from the Memphis Mafia, and then they wrote that tell-all book saying, you know, we've been working behind the scenes with Elvis, and he's got this drug problem, and maybe this book will help. You know, he won't listen to us. Maybe you guys can like pressure him, you know, please get off the stuff. And allegedly around 2 weeks later, that's when Elvis died. I don't know. Do you see that like a betrayal? Like to write a tell-all book about someone you've known since high school, but you're trying to help them. You know, they can't help themselves. I don't know. It's very personal, but like I can kind of see it either way. I don't get I don't know what the right thing to do is there. The fact that he died right after it also is it's kind of revealing. Was that 70 Stars Born? Yeah. That's the one with Streisand, and who's the other one? The one from All the President's Men. All the President's Man, the candidate. What's that guy's name? The guy who was in that Jane Fonda movie. Jay Fonda's like that's like the female John Lennon, politically speaking. Barbarella. Barbarella. That is when society collapsed in America. It's the premiere of Barbarella. What is that guy's name? Robert Redford? Yeah, Robert Redford. Oh, it's Chris Christopherson? What the heck? I thought it was Robert Redford. Shucks. I've already seen hardcore Elvis fans writing YouTube comments. We got Memphis Mafia wrong. Are you serious? See, I want to. Yeah, I've kind of avoided a lot of the reaction. And just happens to make a lot of well, I don't think I mean, that's expected, but is that the number one intent? Is there an ulterior motive? I don't know. Odd way of going about it for sure. Okay, okay, okay. I don't wanna be, yeah, I don't wanna be naive. I don't know. Maybe I don't know the full context. We need a Robert Redford rock movie. I don't know. That'd be kinda rough. Robert Redford's kinda cringe. Did anyone ever see that movie he did with Tom Cruise and Meryl Streep? I think it's called Lions of Lambs or something? Lions and Lambs? I think it's like a political thriller. Kind of a you would think that movie would have been like a box office success, and I think it was one of the, like, unpopular Tom Cruise ones. And you think about that cast, it's like, what the freaking heck? So, yeah. I like singers that sing like Elvis too, as well as, Rod Evans. You know what's cringe about Danzig? Danzig is like he has that Elvis album, and he kinda has the voice for it, although his voice is, like, kinda shot, but he kinda still has the style. But I don't know, Danzig is that guy is such a character because if you've ever seen he's got, like, a movie studio or, like, a production company, and he puts out these bizarre films, and Red Letter Media covered it on, I think, Review. One of them's called Verotica, like violence and erotica, which is like, wow, man, which is like, wow, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. It's like death and sex, Verotica. It's like erotica, but but with, like, violence. So it's not just porn, it's like bloody, which is really, like, groundbreaking in the 21st century. And so he puts out this okay, it gets better, check this out. He puts out this movie, Veronica, and, like, 90% of the cast are porn stars. And it's like, Danzig, he's not like a nobody. He can probably get, like, decent people, at least, like, fresh out of, whatever, some, like, amateur actors, but he gets he gets, like, a entourage of porn stars, and it's like this mystery. There's this monster that's like a serial killer, and the prostitutes keep, like, discovering the bodies, and the cop is like it's like a grown man playing a cop, but he's using a rough, gruffy voice like a child imitating an adult, and it's like he's a grown man, like, he doesn't have to put on that voice, he can just talk like a adult. But, anyways, it's like this low budget, beyond B movie, beyond, like, Reanimator, beyond From Beyond. It is like it's one of those movies that is so baffling to see. You have to wonder if it was, like, trolling because it's really something. And, so anyways, it's really strange to see, like, Danzig is probably the closest thing to, like, Elvis today, and it's still this caricature, you know? He's doing, like, a Western movie. I think, Jay from Red Letter Media was talking about that. I have to see it. It's just really strange. Oh, hey, Danielle. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, speaking of the previews. Oh my goodness. Maybe it's just because I was in Vegas. I saw this one preview that was I don't know, maybe Daniela can interrupt me because it was really, really too much. Um I won't elaborate, but But yeah, that Olivia Wilde movie, that was looking kind of interesting. Was that with Harry Styles? Um, yeah, it's like, to bring it back to Nicole Kidman, she also did, like, this weird like, a bunch of people meet at this house, and people start dying. I thought it was like that, but it's, I don't know, little difficult to describe. I don't know. Maybe Daniela saw the other preview. Maybe hopefully not. I don't even wanna talk about it because it's just like, why even. Oh, the new Danzig songs. Really? Okay. Yeah, Danzig also really, like, edges into the edgelord stuff, which is like it, again, the evil stuff doesn't really have cachet in the 21st century. A lot of metal bands keep forgetting that. So what was the consensus on Elvis? I just got here. Oh, yo, let's go. Pepe sells. I was just listening to some Megadeth the other day. I was going through the catalog. What's your favorite album? Just curious. Consensus on Elvis. Elvis is our guy. Elvis is right wing, right Hegelian, and Christian. Although I don't know if Elvis is in heaven. That's the other. I don't know. But I think more specifically 50s Elvis, we have to shill the most. I think that's essential. 60s Elvis is a bit wonky, but 70s, that's where the weirdness gets. Oh, the movie. Okay, well, there's that. The movie was great. Movie's great. And finally, I walk out of a theater feeling satisfied because I didn't feel that way with Batman. And then, the Top Gun, that was like a feel good. That was like, okay. But that was kind of a similar thing too. But this Elvis made an impact. This is something I'm going to be going back to. I'll see it again soon. But yeah, really great. Really great. And it's like I was saying earlier, it's like half musical, half kind of like psychological because it really kind of gets intimate with the state of mind of Elvis throughout this like circus of events, because even the way the movie starts, it's very like fantastic. What's going on? Mike, you all right? Sorry. Um the movie starts off like I don't know too much about this director. I've just seen Romeo and Juliet. I imagine he's very like over the. I remember I saw like the beginning of what is it? What's the another Nicole Kidman? Can't stop saying her name tonight. What's going on? What is it? Moulin Rouge, the one that won the Oscar or got nominated. Um, that one's also very dramatic. This movie starts like that, very over the top. It starts with one of his Vegas shows, and you got this. I mean, the camera is very cinematic, and so you think to yourself, this isn't going to be like a drama based movie, but it is. And that calling it a musical is kind of strange. I mean, technically it is because there's a lot of performances, but it's not like it's not Singing in the Rain. What's that other famous one that people cite all the time? Anyways, it's very appropriate. I don't think that they overdo it. Obese Goth on Twitter was reminding me how, if you're familiar with Baz's work, uh, the style is really prominent in the first half, and then it becomes more drama centered in the latter half. You don't get so much cinematic, crazy whirlwind camera angles, over the top, dramatic stuff. It really like the movie gets more normal as it goes along. But there's a lot of scenes where it's like it feels like it's a psychological thriller. It feels like if you've ever seen that movie Neon Demon, the Neon Demon, it's like yeah, the movie's about this thing happening in the real world, but I don't know, it's trying to be metaphysical, it feels like. Like when without spoiling it, there's a scene where the Colonel and Elvis the Colonel's doing like shady stuff, and that involves like a napkin, and without giving away the details, the way the scene happens, it's like backstage. They're like literally standing like across from each other, like a Mexican standoff. It's so dramatic, but it works. It's not cheesy. It's very thematic. I think it's appropriate. I think this is the right way to do it. This is the right way to do like any like biography. If you've ever seen the movie Vice about Dick Cheney, it was kind of in a similar artsy way. But this one is more musical. It's more not in terms of like music, but like it's like a Broadway. It's there you go. It's like Broadway. You know what I'm saying? Very you could imagine this movie happening on like a stage set. So there's some cringy stuff, there's some political stuff. It doesn't really go all out. Um what else? Has Morgoroth done a review of this thing? I'll have to maybe that was like a specific thing because it was the Northman, but has anybody like an Arb Sphere done a review yet? Because I guess I'm just projecting my own thoughts. I'm curious if others are I kind of see this as something kind of relevant to our side specifically. I mean, if we're going to call the Northman something comparable, I think this is the next thing in line. From what we're seeing about this Barbie movie, unfortunately, it looks like that may not be what we think it is, which is a shame, man. Huge shame. But so we got this one. I'm happy with it. But yeah, I think people should check it out. Even again, I was saying earlier, Zoomers have no connection to Elvis. It's too old, it's too weird, and this movie makes it really digestible. You could show your grandparents this movie. My mom was saying how nah, the movie's too like weird. It's too artsy. And when it starts off kind of in that way, but I promise it gets more normal. So yeah, it's they didn't show him going to see Nixon, unfortunately. Bad news about the Barbie film. Yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be paused. It's gonna be I mean, what's that director's name? Greta. She does all these feminine projects. Yeah, you can kind of see where things are going. It's probably gonna be this like Barbie set in like modern day, but and like having to address the social climate. I think that's where it's going. So I don't know if we're gonna be able to LARP as Ryan Gosling this go around. It's a tragedy, man. This is look what they did to my boy. This is can't believe this, man. They can't do this to me. It's so true. Man, Cole Kimham. Yo, Botox Kidman. He's definitely in heaven. Real? Daniela, real? He did have that one book, wasn't it? Near him when that was happening. Gotta go, friends. Oh yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the lady. Keeping the show going. Appreciate it. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Always insightful. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. Well, this is the longest show. Longest I've been behind this desk. My goodness. To make up for being away. I appreciate it though. Appreciate you guys caring. Appreciate you guys staying tuned. All right. All right. We'll wrap up here. We'll wrap up. So yeah, Pepe. Looks great. Are we talking about Jennifer Conley again? Jay Conley? Okay. Ace is doing. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. Appreciate it. He was very religious. No, I understand. It's just, I mean, hey, Danielle, do you know about that one story? Do you know about that one affair that he had? Not just the affair, but there was one specific thing kind of relates to Roe v. Wade. Ugh. I wish I hadn't read that. But I'm just saying, there was a lot of mistakes, and so I wonder if can God lend some mercy to the king? Uh, yeah, it's something. Alrighty. When I got back from gaming, I saw the stream was on, so I bolted in. Well, I appreciate that, Brian. Oh, I'm always glad to have you guys here. Thinking about you guys. Do I still have the Discord link in here? Whoops, that's the StreamYard link. That's kind of radical. Why not? In true Christian Slater fashion. It's called we do a little anarchy on the show. I don't know. Daniela, let's argue about if Elvis is in heaven. Let's narrow this down. Mussolini's in heaven. We know that. What is it? Pius? Padre Pius? He could still be alive. Ah, that's true. I forget that one. Elvis is alive. You know what's so funny is on this side of the internet, there's so many other conspiracy theories that take up our time that all the most famous ones we forget, whether it's the moon landing, Roswell specifically, I forget about that one. And that was one that it seemed like everybody was interested in. But that's pretty funny. Elvis, okay. Okay. Oh, man. Pepe, man. Hey, Pepe, did you hear the new Megadeth song? Anybody can join. Anybody can join the StreamYard link. Join the StreamYard link. This is like late night disc jockey in the 90s, all right? This is a total marathon, so true media hits. I'm waiting for you guys. To buzz in. All my callers. Thomas and Elvis stream when? Well, we kind of did that last week. Don't pick up that dial. Yeah, if anybody wants to call in before we wrap up. I'm just going to make sure. Let's see how we did on social media. And then let me get the Discord in here one last time. This show goes by too quickly, man. How does the show go by so fast? No, maybe Elvis is in purgatory. Who knows? A question. Heaven is eternal bliss, so would you need music there? Well, maybe music can give us the eternal bliss. Maybe there's a relationship there. Maybe heaven is watching Baked Alaska live stream for eternity. It's an eternal live stream. Maybe that's time flies when having fun. Yeah, it's the thing, man. It's you guys. So far, so good. So what? High speed. Yo, let's go, Richard. man. Yeah, so far so good. So what? That's Was it true that Chuck Beeler was Nick Menza's drum tech, or was it the other way around? I don't remember the details. Anyways. Yeah, so far so good. So what? It's that one's pretty underrated. I mean, it's a gold album, but seems like people don't shout that one out. All right. Let me check some house cleaning. If you guys aren't gonna call in, that's okay. We don't have any chaos in the studio. Dude, what's going on with my Instagram? My Instagram, check this out. Look at the name. Can you see that? I can't see the names. There's no names. There's no names under the stories. What's going on there? Is anybody on here on Instagram? Where are my Zoomers at? Oh my goodness. Hey, I recognize those people. So true, so true. Dude, what's going on here, man? Look, there's no names in the... Is it my internet? Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Alrighty. Restart the app. See, I tried turning the whole phone off. All right. Has this show gone on long enough? What do you guys think? You guys think we've reached our limit? Man, oh man. 24. No. No, I need that Chief Trumpster energy. There's 37 people watching, but the same people all the time in the chat. Maybe the word watching is inaccurate. I've only been here for 30 seconds. Brotherhood of Nod. My brother in Christ, Hood of Nod. Thank you for stopping by, man. We can catch you up to speed real quick here. We're Elvis pilled. Everybody in this chat should go check out Elvis, the new movie, in theaters. We're trying to figure out if Elvis went to heaven. I don't know. Danielle is pretty excited about it. It's half musical, but not in the usual sense. Half psychological. Roe v. Wade, over. Total victory. Didn't get to talk about Russia, so we changed the title. Go check out Semiagog if you wanted to check out Russia. Check out Prudentialist and Geo. They got a new show talking about culture and other shenanigans. So that's the verdict. On the... Can I, like, hit the camera? So that's the verdict on the Loud Sound Epicenter podcast. And we're enjoying that. I need to get something to eat. I need to get some Cinnamon Toast Crunch is what's got to happen. I had some chicken pot pie earlier today. And I had some... What else? Chicken pot pie and something else. Oh, it was like beef with rice. Beef with rice. That was pretty good. And then was that it? I'm eating consistently, man. This is weird. I'm like, I'm eating like everybody else. So that's that. That is the show. That's the louds. That's the epicenter of loud sounds, and we're enjoying that. Getting a little tired, as you can see, winding down. Can't go wrong with pot pie. There used to be a US rock DJ called Mad Max Hammer, and that was his catchphrase. Mad Max Hammer. Hammering them out. Yo, let's go. Looking wiped out, bro. Looking wiped out. I look wiped out? Do I look wiped out? I was just thinking like, no, I don't. And then you know when you can feel a look? You know when you can just, it's like judgment. You can feel, oh man. Hey, you know what's funny? I should let me tell this story real quick. So I was in Vegas, and there was some people involved. Maybe someone in chat could refresh my memory. But I was in Vegas, not really my scene, but my friends were there, so we didn't get up to anything, you know, that we shouldn't. But it's just cool to kind of just be with people. So we're driving down this, like, the main strip, basically Main Street, and someone in chat says, you know, you shouldn't have the air conditioner on at the same time that the windows are down. That's not what you're supposed to do. So he's like, oh, really? Well, he showed us. He proved us, because he said, okay, well, he rolls up the windows and then he turns off the AC. And you know, it's very warm in Las Vegas, you know. It's in the middle of the desert, of course. So it's getting a little warm in the car. And we're stuck in traffic, so the car's not moving. So it's getting a little hot, really wanting it to cool down. As a joke, he starts turning on the heat of the seats. So so it's as you can imagine, it's a little uncomfortable in the car, but it's really funny the fact that this is happening. And then to make matters worse, he has a vape pen with him, and it's grape. I could smell. It's like the only thing that's like I can smell. He has his grape flavored vape that he is smoking over and over again so that it fills up the car with smoke. So I was coughing. People are like, there's like 7 people in the car. Also, some guy in the back insists that we listen to the Marshall Tucker band. So I'm hearing, literally all my senses are being corrupted. I'm hearing like country music, and I can't breathe. It's hard to breathe because of the vape. The temperature in the car is not ideal. And I was lucky enough to like take some pictures while this is happening. And here, I wonder, let me try and that'll be the last thing I do here. That'll be the last thing. Let me see if I can find. Let me send that picture. All right, here it is. Where's the photo? Where's the photo? Oh, did I not save it? How about that? There it is. Can't even see it because it's very overwhelming. Here we go. So this will give you an idea. That face when you're in Las Vegas. It's really something. All right. Well, thank all of you guys for tuning into the longest stream on this channel. Yo, is that Geo in chat? Oh my. Geo, hey. Geo. Giant Arts. That's Geo, right? Giant Arts Production. I think. I'm literally gonna search you, right? Yeah, people keep saying we should collab. We gotta find something. We gotta find some metal topic to collab with. But thank you for sending me Fear Factory. I haven't gotten into that stuff in a while. Yeah, man, we were winding down the show. Thank you, man. Thank you for tuning in, man. You and Prudentialist, man. You and Prude are I was tuning into your show, man. That was good stuff. I love the pop culture stuff, man. We got to figure out some metal stuff, man. All these Zoomers need to wake up to the underrated metal classics, all right? But I know you're on top of that stuff. So also, like, a dynamic between you and me is kind of similar to Thomas. It's a bit different but complementary. Yo, noise, exactly, man. But yeah. I have a few ideas. I'll reach out to you. I'll reach out to you on Twitter. We'll set something up, all right? But yeah, we were just talking about the Elvis movie, man. The Elvis movie. You know, here's the thing. So many people don't understand the legacy of Elvis, and basically creates, paves the way for the Beatles, paves the way for all of our, decentralized music. So we got out of the big band, we got out of Frank Sinatra. So even if you're like a metal fan who doesn't listen to the 50s stuff, I feel like there's a lot of potential right there. And it just seems like the Zoomers really neglect that because it's so old, Jailhouse Rock is in black and white, how could they possibly be receptive to that? But there's something there. There is something there. And I don't know, maybe something like that turns into an episode. You and Prude are really good with the kind of putting the dissident perspective, kind of like Billy Pratt, kind of like Stain Haynes, putting the dissident perspective in the pop culture space, which is usually, susceptible to leftists, That's why, like, Zero HP Lovecraft, even if he's kind of doing his own thing, it's in the arts. So it's something interesting. But anyways, yeah. But yeah. It's funny. It's we were trying to, I don't know, maybe I'm becoming more like Geo than I think. This whole 4-hour stream, that's not usually my thing. That's usually Geo's thing. I remember I was talking about his hyper capitalist review. And I'm like, dude, this guy's going on for 4 hours, and he's throwing in the beach. He's throwing in cynic, an atheist. Like, who does that? What dissident right person is gonna, I can't imagine. You and AA talked about this yesterday about Zoomers. Creatures of pure service. I know, dude. That's what sucks. Well, there's no intimacy with that older culture. It's more of a LARP. The LARP is the only thing that they're connected to. You know, in the absence of a local culture, how can you expect anything but a LARP to take control of people? I don't really see it as a good or a bad thing. That's just kind of that's the post internet age. You're not gonna get you're not gonna get CBGBs. You're not gonna get what else? What's that famous bar that the Beatles played at? You're not gonna get like a hippies culture in the streets. You're gonna get it online. But Charlemagne was in here. He was shouting out that Reason article. Yo, my dog is in chat. Yo, dog. Jonathan Pohl, good to see you here, man. The Years of Silence. What was I going on about? Oh, yeah. That Reason. That website, Reason. With Catherine D. Giving a lot of the distant right people some shout outs. Something like that is kind of making this into a scene that you would have otherwise seen in like the late 70s. You would have seen Talking Heads and Television, Blondie. Things that wouldn't otherwise go together, but you got this cool little thing here. So I guess that's really what this show is, with the help of Thomas and then even some solo projects like right here, right now. So anyways, Paul, thank you. We were winding down the stream here. And a little bit of a review. Just got back from Las Vegas, so anyways. Geocells unite. I'm thinking we're back. Nat Geo Wild. Someone else said something I forget. It was a very similar comment. Bring back shoegaze, but for Cozy Pepe. Cozy Blepig. The way she gazes at my Pepe Chungus. The way that's pretty funny. Yeah, shoegaze. I was pretty down on it as recent as like a year ago, I must admit, but that lady Communist Kills, what's her name? Goldberg, Ashley Goldberg. Is it Goldberg or Goldenberg? I think she helped me out with normalizing that stuff. Yeah. For the longest time it was only people like Shooter. It was only people like some of the meme bams, MK Ultra, albums like that had a monopoly on the dissident right art. But yeah, we're gonna get some. Yo, Brandon's mom says hi. Hello, Mrs. Clark. It's an honor. Yo, live on air. That's pretty wholesome. But yeah, there's plenty, man. There's plenty. You know how? What's his name? Who's that? Who was that guy in the 90s? He was in Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me. Ugh. Give me a second here. Who was that guy that he was basically an Elvis clone? Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to look up Twin Peaks just to find the guy. But that's something that's very similar to what the Zoomers could basically create. Blue Hotel on a Lonely Highway. What's that guy's name? My goodness. Blue Hotel. Not him. Oh my goodness. The detective who disappears. He disappears in the trailer park. What is that guy's name? The David Lynch lore. My goodness. Somebody in chat. Oh my. Anyways, you got this guy who's basically like, he's like the Elvis of the 90s. And, by that time, Elvis is old news, but you reappropriate it and apply it in a modern context. What is that guy's name? My goodness. The other detective. Dude. Oh my goodness. Oh, Isaac. Chris Isaac. It's Chris Isaac. Chris Isaac. That is like a nice model for. Honestly, Lana Del Rey does it. Even if she is kind of cringe, she's doing the old style, normalizing it, and having this artistic twist to it. So, you know, we talk about Avril Lavigne on the show a lot too. That's another thing too. Yo, we're about to hit the 4-hour mark. 3, 2, 1. Our first 4-hour show. Look at that. But yeah, Avril Lavigne. Think about it, man. I was doing some research at like the Disney Nickelodeon stars, you know. Those TV shows were the springboard and then they became real pop singers. And it's like, yeah, the Avril Lavigne is like the anti-Britney, anti-Christina Aguilera. You have this little dissident space for all the femoids. Imagine that. It's kind of like Elvis contrasting with Sinatra. It's very similar. Yo, Wicked Game. Dude, it is so Kino. Okay, pause. We're literally pausing the show to shill this album. Dude, nobody talks about Talk to Me. No one talks about how it's this psychedelic. People think it's just a 50s ripoff band. Dude, that song is like that could be a Danzig song. Pause. Look, man. I know it's not like original, but look at this, man. I'm telling you. Chris Isaac, yeah, Wicked Game. Wicked Game was in Wild at Heart too. What was that album? No, hold on. The album. My goodness. Silverstone. Oh, but that was 80s. Was it? Yeah, that's like 85. But still, man, still. Heart-Shaped World. Hey, Heart-Shaped World. Come on, man. Heart-Shaped World has that like that kind of goes with what Gio was saying about the 90s globalism. There was a lot of like jungle music. There was a lot of world music influencing. Heart-Shaped World had what's that song called? In the Heat of the Jungle. Oh my goodness, that's the one that has Wicked Game, excuse me. Blue Spanish Sky. We're so back. And then you get your Diddly Daddy, there's your 50 song. But dude, this stuff, come on. Are you a king of the highway? Hey, Anon, are you a king of the highway? Or are you on a lonely highway near Blue Hotel? Something to think about. You missed the first 3.5 hours. Can you start from the beginning? Yeah. Thank you, Brotherhood. I appreciate it. Gonna bounce for now. Hey, thank you, Brian. You're always in here checking us out. I appreciate it, man. You're the man. Brian is the man. I'll always think of you with that Mario Avi. Yeah, dude, Chris Isaac, man, so underrated. Kings of the Highway. And then let's go to Silverstone. That's the one my goodness. Pretty Girls Don't Cry, real. Many are saying this. Oh, he's got Tonight. That was the other one. Here. See, that's the thing. Like David Lynch putting him in a movie, that's off the wall, okay? That's Tarantino putting John Travolta in Pulp Fiction. It's like you see him as Saturday Night Fever, but actually he's Blowout, okay? He's Brian De Palma era. You need that kind of perception. But anyways, that's the thing. That's the thing. You know. Avril Lavigne, one of us, okay? She's got some type of religious background. I don't know if it's Catholic. I think I told someone it was Catholic, but I'm actually not sure. But remember, she had that religious song. Remember when she got in that scandal for the Hello Kitty song? See, these are the cultural touchstones that seem to be lost in time, but they don't have to be, because there's people out there who remember. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. That is quite enough. Oh my goodness. The chicken pot pie, man. Ugh. So, thank you guys so much, man. Thank you guys. Gio for giving me the time of day, my goodness. Appreciate it. Brandon for sticking around. Brian Brotherhood. We love our Geo cells. We love everybody in chat for putting up with this rambling. Appreciate it, man. I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know how you guys do it. You're gonna watch a guy, live stream for 4 hours? Yo, Zen Gang in chat? Johnny Walker Gang is in chat. Bless my man. God bless Geo. God bless the Geo cells. God bless everybody in this chat. My goodness. I'm thinking we're back. I'm thinking we're Elvis pilled. We're Chris Isaac pilled. And we're blues pilled. Thank you for whoever that was in chat. Okay. It's no longer the red pill. Okay. We're gonna take we're taking the blue pill, but it's a little moody. It goes down kind of smooth. It's making me feel things. God bless. And God. Oh man, that is funny. That is. Oh man. Oh. I appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it so much. Thank you, guys. Once again. Oh man. God bless the Supreme Court. God bless Clarence Thomas 777. BB King approved. And God bless Mr. Size 12. Appreciate it. Appreciate all you guys. My goodness. Got love for you. Got lots of love for you. I'll be thinking about you guys. I'm going to be going near the San Diego area. It's called yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's near Carlsbad. We're going to try and speaking of, we're going to try and get Carlsbad on this show. That is Nigel Carlsbad on twitter.com. Stay tuned for that. I'm going to try to reach out to him. This guy is an academic, so I want to try and do him justice. He used to, since Gio's in here. I think he was on Break the Rules, wasn't he? As far as I know. We'll try and get I reached out to Carlsbad a while ago, but got sidetracked. So that's that. We're Christian Slater pilled. Don't forget about that one. And I think that's everything. Also, Gio, you got to rewatch Pump Up the Volume. I'm begging you to rewatch Pump Up the Volume. It speaks to you. I can't describe. Maybe because you're a live streamer too. You want that aesthetic of just wandering around in the studio as a disc jockey. Kind of like Gilbert Gottfried in Adventures of Ford Fairlane. Similar dynamic. Hopefully you don't end up like what's that guy? What's that guy that got murdered? Alan Berg. Who's the guy that got murdered? Alan Berg. Yeah, don't end up like that. He got killed by the Order. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, okay. That's enough of that. It's enough. That's enough. Okay. Thank you, Gio. I appreciate it. Got to take the Christian Slater pill, okay? This is what Nietzsche would have written about, okay? This is Zarathustra. He would kind of lose touch with humanity and then be reborn through JD, through cuffs. And what was the one that Oscar recommended earlier today? The skateboard movie? I forget. Anyways, but we're the Z boys, okay? We're the Z boys of the dissident right. Okay, Jay Adams pilled. So that's that. We're gonna make California cool, okay? We're gonna make it radical, okay, in that sense. All right. So that's what's on the agenda. Stay tuned. We'll be back. Maybe I'll do a show while I'm in Carlsbad. The place, not I should just say San Diego because I don't think people know what that is. San Diego may do an impromptu show near San Diego. I'll have the palm trees in the back, total California theme. Maybe I can really get a little more intimate with the Elvis lore, or something. We'll do something. Gleam in the cube. Thank you, Mr. Size. Gleaming the cube. So true. So true. Not Ice Cube in what's that John Carpenter movie? Ghosts of Mars. Nah, it's not White Boy Summer. It's what we actually need is is Christian Slater. That is proper LARPing in the true sense, not any of this nonsense. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Size Me. Thank you. I appreciate it. So okay. I think that's that. So thank you guys for tuning in. Ghosts of Mars. Well, hold on. Pause. No, wait a second. We cannot let this go unsaid. Okay, look. Listen, man. I like the soundtrack. Huge distinction. We like the soundtrack. We like Anthrax on the show. But I don't know, man. What that was a time when they were just throwing anything at Ice Cube, okay? They were just giving him it. I can't be alone on this. So okay. Okay, maybe I mean, I guess it's a little bit different when you see it like a long time ago. I don't know. Then again, I defend Escape from LA. I defend that movie. So maybe I have no room to talk. You know, it's as far as like bad John Carpenter, I still support Escape from LA. I don't know if that's blasphemy. It's just it's called nuance. It's just it's a little difficult, but okay, 90s Vampires was base. It was. I didn't even know that was Cheryl Fenn or what is it? Cheryl Lee? The two Cheryls? Or is it Cheryl? Oh my goodness. It's Sherilyn is the Audrey broad, as far as I know. Anyways, it's a 4-hour show. Forgetting a couple of things here, but yeah, I think okay. We're James Woods pilled. When he punches punching the priest, not base. Other than that, maybe God can give us some mercy. Give us that one exception, but that is, it is the holy men versus the vampires. So something to think about. Maybe John Carpenter has some tricks up his sleeve. Screamers. Okay. Fair enough. You'll get this guy on content, yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you. I would love to. With Paul Talk. With Paul Talk? You mean Paul Town? Anyways, we'll see. No, I appreciate it. You talking about the puppet master, Paul Town? That's what I stole that one. That's Wendell. That's Wendell's thing, but Thank you. Thank you, Pylos. I think, Pylos, you're a first-time viewer here, so I appreciate you stopping by. I really appreciate it. Yeah, hey, Gio, we'll talk. We'll talk in the DMs. We'll set something up. But I'm going to be going on a trip here. I'm actually supposed to get ready soon. I neglected it for you guys because it's been too long. Paul Town soon. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Looking forward to it. Well, all right. All right. I can't imagine anybody's enjoying this stream. I mean, my goodness. How do you have a 4-hour stream and everybody hooked on every word? How do you do it? I wouldn't know. But all I know is the love interest with that Muslim girl and Kurt Russell in Escape from LA is pretty underrated. Pretty underrated dynamic. Not exactly on the same, Escape from New York, she like falls through a hole. That's not a metaphor, like literally falls and like disappears from the film. Not a whole lot of like intimacy there, but with Escape from LA, it's like Sin City 2. If anyone's ever seen Sin City 2, for some reason the critics panic, even though it's actually closer to a noir as the first Sin City. The first Sin City, like what even happens in that movie? It's like, that's more like an action film, frankly. Sin City 2, you got a femme fatale. You got Eva Green, for goodness sakes. You're going to counter signal this film. You're going to say it's inferior to Check's Notes, Sin City 1. Doesn't have Jorson Gordon-Levitt. Doesn't have Josh Brolin. I mean, what are Frank Miller fans thinking when they're shilling that first film like it's some kind of classic? Because it's the first time we've seen that kind of artsy comic book style. So that's the thing, man. What are people doing? Where's the revisionism? Okay, we got Thomas on point with the historical revisionism. You got Gio and Prude picking up the slack on the culture war. We need our revisionists out in full force. You're gonna have Generation Alpha walking around saying that surfing scene in Escape from LA is not good, is not keck. You can't have this, okay? You got to preserve your roots. I think Edmund Burke talked about this. You got to preserve the shark scene in Escape from LA. This is so true. Speaking of Edward the Pale, you got to preserve the monarchy, the counter-enlightenment perspective on King Ralph. Real, okay? Nobody's talking about this. Takes a true revisionist, okay? Not just A.J. Taylor, not just Murray Rothbard. I'm talking about undiluted, uncensored, raw and uncut King Ralph. Raw and uncut John Goodman. Facts. Facts. Real and true and real plus true. Exactly. Revisionism now. Right now. It's gonna stop, and it's gonna stop right here and right now. So true. All right. All right. Wicked Game as the new national anthem. Start a group, I don't know. Well, we got the Discord. We got the Discord, my guy. Real plus true plus base plus Keck plus Sneed. Real. calling all patriots. It's Zoomer night at the White House. Bring your 90s VHS. Hey, remember that? Was it Pixar or was it DreamWorks? Who made dinosaurs? Does anybody Okay, pause. We're doing another detour that doesn't end the stream. Listen, man. Pause. That 2009? Oh, dude. This gives me goosebumps. No sleep. Plus need. Links, sir. The link's in the chat. Link's in the chat, I think. Did it not send? Okay, check this out, guys. Can't call yourself a Zoomer if you haven't seen it. Look at this, man. Look at this. Dude, I'm telling you, man, this is so based. Oh my goodness. Do you remember that when dinosaurs walked the earth? John Goodman also voiced that. He was the narrator. Does anybody remember? Oh, dude, we're going to have to do a separate stream to do this justice. But my goodness, man. Does anybody remember? Remember the asteroids hitting the earth scene? I can't play that clip because it'll get copyrighted. Do you dude, that was so scary. No, not walking the dinosaurs. That's something separate. I'm talking about. Oh my goodness. This is red pilled. Oh my goodness. We're unlocking some memories over here. Do you know what I'm talking about? Can I show that scene? Do you remember this opening scene where all the dinosaurs are running away from this guy? Oh my goodness. There's so many moments. See, I can't do it justice. See, if we were on another platform, we could show you. I'm going to have to play that scene if we ever get a chance. But anyways, there was also the asteroid scene. Talk about thematic. So you see, okay, you see it falling from the sky. There it is. And then like the entire, okay, this happens. And then the entire color scheme for the whole movie, not the whole movie, but like that scene, it turns into this. It's like it's a war room. It's like Steve Bannon's war room. Not war room. It's like a war scene. So you have this like peaceful, wholesome moment. It's like warm autumn. And then you get the battlefield. You get the battlefield, and it's I can't put it into words. Oh man. As a kid watching that, honestly, compared to anything else, this probably made an impact on me more than anything else I watched at that age. It was just so dramatic, so dramatic. My goodness. That I can't. Please tell me I'm not alone in this. I can't be the only one who's seen this. It's just one of those things you just had to be there. All right. Pretty sure we've lost viewers. No dilating, only Sneed. Real. Didn't see it, Edward. What are you doing, man? You gotta. We're putting a hiatus on John Goodman. Just please embrace the dinosaur. Zoomers, that was before your time. So that was the Lamb before time. Real. Maybe the aliens fired down on the dinos. So it was intergalactic warfare. Okay, now we got to show you this will be the last thing probably. When dinosaurs walk the earth. Oh my goodness. Maybe this. Do you remember like the CGI on this? It was violent, man. Is it roamed the earth? Oh, it was roamed, excuse me. Okay, here we go. Here's ending on a high note. I saw Dinosaur on theaters. Oh, dude, we're so back. You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it. I'm talking about this, man. I'm gonna have to post about this. This was on the Discovery Channel. I got the VHS somewhere in here, man. I got the credentials. I got them. I'm gonna have to post this on Twitter and see who remembers. It's just one of those things. Okay, here was the intro. I just saw it. Dude, oh my goodness, the CGI was great. Remember these guys? And then you would have the X-rays. They would do the anatomy. And John Goodman would narrate. Is that gonna get copyrighted if I share that? Oh, please, man. Where's John Goodman? Listen, I didn't see Hey Arnold. I didn't see. There was a lot of stuff I missed, but I did not miss this. I thought they showed him on camera. Dude, are you not gonna wasn't there like a scene of him in the plays? Is this on YouTube? I thought I found here. I'm hold on. I'll try to be careful here. Okay, pause. Remember this blue X-ray? Oh, maybe it wasn't him. Yeah, okay. They had all these experts. Okay, never mind. It wasn't him. I remember this guy. What else? What else is in here? Yo, violence? Survival of the fittest. This was also kind of red pilling, you know? You kind of see the jungle in its natural state. Okay. Okay. Record deepness showed up just in time. Yo, when dinosaurs roamed magazine, that's right. One of those school book fairs when I was a kid, coolest thing in the world. Dude, there it is. There it all is. Yo, join the live stream, my guy. Well, I don't know if Gio wants to do that. I'll put the link in chat, but we're winding down here. I'll just put that link there, but I'll catch up with the rest of the chat, and we tried to do a call-in show, but survival of the base real. Is this a marathon stream? Pretty much. Dinosaurs by the British Natural History Museum. If you didn't watch Dinosaurs, you're not gonna make it. VHS gang. Yeah, man. I was kind of a 90s kid in a way. I was using old technology, but you know, hey. Okay, now we're talking about how hot Laura Dern is. Okay, guys, let's Can we have a level-headed stream for once? Can we just listen, man? I put some dinosaurs on the screen, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this like this scale, this political spectrum of Laura Dern. Listen, I know I brought up Wild at Heart earlier, but that does not give you a go ahead to wrong analysis. But to answer your question, it is Jurassic Park. There you go, Edward. It was it was dinosaur related. Okay, excuse me, I was way out of line. Excuse me. Edward scaring the hose. No, I'm kidding. I kid. I missed the most stream. I missed most stream working. Yo, no problem, man. No problem. I love Edward. I love Edward the Pale. My favorite pale. Out of all the pails. I dreamt I was in a building and there was a hot plate with a TurboGrafx 16 controller connector to it. Speaking of the 90s. Whoa, that's crazy. Just woke up from a 13-hour sleep. Let's go. I'm thinking we're back. Seamus, thank you. That's basically how I felt tuning into the Ed Dutton Baked Alaska. Man, I am so tired. Baked Alaska stream. I was like, man, I'm like in a daze. The fog of war is barely clearing, and then I see, am I still dreaming? Is this collaboration really happening? Favorite pale, real. Okay, I'm like falling asleep live on air. I don't know if you guys want a sleep stream. I don't think I can afford it. Was it a good stream? I think so. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to Thomas. Thanks to Geo. Thanks to Jay Burden. Thanks to more like Based Alaska. That's what I basically said that. So it's pretty accurate. All right. I tuned in for like 5 minutes at the end. Saw dinos worth it. Oh man. Sorry, bros. I had the stream muted for most of it. Oh man. We have the best chat. We have the best chat on youtube.com. The idea of like talking about dinosaurs is so like wholesome. There's literally nothing controversial about it. It's like there's no negative way to interpret it. It's just dinosaurs. Gonna go dinosaur mode on this stream. Whoops. Oh man. Folks. All right. Okay. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay. The Land Before Time was lit back in the day. I don't know, that might be I remember somebody was saying the live action Nickelodeon shows is kind of a betrayal to the animations like Cat Dog, Remy and Stippet or Skip whatever. Dude, I'm so tired. Go to sleep, bro. On air? Whoa, dude. Journey to Big Water. Oh, dude, that's water. That's true, man. They were looking for the water. They stepped on the like sand and the water. Man, it's actually like it's very subversive having to shill big water in the middle of a film. Yeah. Yeah. Time to sleep, gang. Time to go pillow mode. Time to go sleepy pie. That moment when you sleep. Did you hear that whistle there? Sleep. That moment when you sleep. Dino wholesome stream going for real, no cap. Facts. What can I say? He took the words right out of my mouth. Sorry, darling. You caught me at a very interesting point in my life. That face when you sleep. Yeah, that face when you go sleep mode, nap mode. It's a little thing called dreaming. You know when you like close your eyes and then you just you know what I mean? That's why Bill Gates is buying up all the land for the water because of the dinosaur movie. Because of the dinosaur movie. And that's on sleep, and that's on nap, and that's on Pepe Chungus. Sleeping Groiper sleeps. And then he sleeps like a sleeping Groiper. All right. It's okay, man. You don't have to sleep on air. I insist. No. All right. I want to thank everybody for tuning into this insightful, productive stream. And one last time, I want to thank Edward the Pale for being a cool dude. Record Deepness for tuning in and catching my eye and dropping some cool stuff in chat. Pylos for being one of the more consistent newer viewers on here. At least some of the best comments for tonight's show. All the questions. Stimpy, that's how it was said. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Size. Thank you, Mr. Size. Getting a little close and personal. So, thank you guys. I appreciate it. 07. Thank you, Edward. 07's in chat for you guys for making this show what it is. Making it unlike anything else, as far as I know, on this internet. Take care, all. Yeah, take care to everybody. Thank all of you guys. It was fun, my man, but it's time to go real. Seamus. That's a wild story. Be careful with that. Be careful. Much love. Hoping everybody has a good sleep. Hoping everybody maybe has a good dream. Love you guys. Love you. Got love for you. Really appreciate you guys tuning in. Love you guys. Thank you for tuning in for the longest stream of the show. My goodness. Thank you. And maybe I'll get some sleep. Alrighty. All right. Thank you guys. For real this time. Have a great rest of your evening. We'll be back maybe in the next few days, maybe next week. We will see. Joshua Ham. Sweet. Sweet dreams. Thank you guys. Thank you one and all. Sweet dreams. And have a great rest of your week. Have a great rest of your week. And have a great rest of your week.